We're going to begin with remarks from Chairman and CEO of SEG and Governor of the Jazz, Ryan Smith, and then our President of Basketball Operations, Austin Age. So, Ryan, we'll begin with you.
Hey, thanks, Derek. It's good to see everyone. Just to start off this year, we're obviously pretty excited. One of the things you'll see to kick off is we're wearing a patch right here that says Frank on our jerseys, just to honor Frank Layden over the last couple of years. Ash and I, just like many of you, have gotten to know Frank, and unanimous from our organization, top down, the energy, how contagious he is, the competitiveness, and obviously the identity that he's built in this franchise. We couldn't be more excited to represent Frank. I was going back and forth with Scott Layden last night, and the family's equally as excited to be represented, and it's a pretty cool thing. This is the second time Austin and I have been up here together. The first time it was a little bit of a whirlwind because Austin was coming in right before the draft. One of the things that as I've recruited people throughout my career, it's always great when you meet, you interview, but then day two comes, and it's like, okay, how's everyone going to gel? Austin came, very highly recommended. There was a lot of a buzz around his talent. I couldn't be more excited for this franchise with the way Austin's come in. He's shown leadership. He's made his presence known. The way that he's gelled with Will and our front office with Jay-Z and Danny and myself, it's been absolutely incredible. This is one part of the organization that I couldn't be more thrilled with as we look out for continuity and stability going out with Will's extension and where we're at in the front office. We've never been in a better spot. As far as our players on the court, I mean, we are young. We've got 9 players coming in from the last 3 drafts. If you think about that, we're excited about how this draft went with John and Walt and Ace. And more than anything, it's been way too long. We can't wait to get back on the court and wait to get back in the Delta Center. It's our fan base, as our players have been here all summer, it's actually been pretty incredible. They don't need to be here, but they have absolutely been in the gym. They've been together. You guys will all see this. There's just a vibe, and it's different. We're the youngest state in the country in Utah, and we've got one of the youngest teams, and the way that our community has met our players when they're out and about and everything, it's pretty special. There's no way that we're going to be able to get to our ultimate goal of winning a championship if it's not through a youth movement here. And we're pretty stoked on where it's going, and it should be a really exciting season. And I'm excited personally to see what Austin and Will can do with this group.
Yeah, really exciting summer. I don't know how many of you guys watched Lauri's Eurobasket, but it was awesome. He was great. It was hard not to get caught up in that. He had such a great summer and took Finland to places they've never been. I thought that was really cool. Kyle Filipowski was obviously MVP of the Summer League, and actually Nurkic took Bosnia further than they've ever been. And I thought he played quite well in the Eurobasket. And then just like Ryan referenced, the guys were here so much and worked so hard. Keyonte, I thought particularly, had a big leadership role this summer. He took guys to Dallas and showed them around and got them in the gym, and he was kind of orchestrating a lot of the social activities. They went to football games and hikes and all these types of things, play video games together, and he's tried to use some of his leadership skills, bringing all these guys together, and it has felt cohesive, and the work ethic's been great. Now we'll see how it translates to the NBA court.
Questions?
I wanted to ask about Taylor and kind of where he is and what you expect from him maybe through camp and the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor has had, thank goodness, no setbacks in his rehab. He has been, it's gone great. He's worked his tail off. He looks like a monster out there. He's a big, strong kid. He's really worked hard on his body. He's been playing full court, with no restrictions with our guys. We expect him to go full bore, and I'm sure there'll be some timing and some things getting back into the NBA game, but physically he looks great, and we're going to let him go.
think this question for both of you, the question I get more than any other from Jazz fans is just, when is the team going to be competitive again? When is this going to be a playoff team again? What's your view on that?
It's hard to do timelines. We're focused so much right now on just helping these guys get better every day. Whenever we make that transition, however we add to this team in the future, whether it's through free agency next summer or trades at any point, a lot of our development has to come internally. We have to. The salary cap dictates it, our market dictates it, everything. We have to improve with a lot of these young guys in the room.
Expectations have probably never been so low. How does that affect the team? Does that free them up, or does that, bring an extra challenge?
Yeah, I don't know if these guys pay attention to that as much. They are trying to establish themselves and prove people wrong all the time, and we're going to try to establish a culture this year. Will and I have talked a lot this summer about kind of how we want to go forward with this thing, and we've tried to add some veterans that are good players. Obviously, Lauri is really, really good. And we've got some other guys that are great connecting pieces. They're smart players. They can pass, shoot, think, that can help our young guys develop. And we want to hold them accountable this year. Every possession, every loose ball, everything. So we see what we have. And we see who's ready to make that transition to playoff level basketball. So our goal this year is to establish that culture and identity and see where we're at.
You mentioned veterans. How do you see guys like Kevin and Kyle kind of fitting in with this quote-unquote youth movement?
Yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a lot of healthy competition. We want guys to compete and fight, and whoever earns the minutes earns the minutes. Those guys have had unbelievable careers. I mean, Kevin will be a Hall of Famer, I think, and Kyle's been on a ton of winning teams. So we think that on the court and in the locker room, they can bring a lot to our organization.
How do you avoid this particular part of the process of team building becoming A, stagnant and no longer productive, and B, just kind of the norm of what the team is going to look like going forward?
I think progress is what we're talking about, right? We have to keep getting better. We have to have these young guys show improvement. Stagnant is obviously the opposite of that, right? We need to keep moving forward, and I think this summer I've seen a lot of growth from these guys, and obviously the guys we drafted, we're excited about them, and we'll see how it looks when the lights come on.
Hey, how's it going, Austin? Quick question about Ace Bailey and how excited you were that he was available at 5, and then just kind of what he brings, just his raw talent.
Yeah, I mean, Ace, his combination of size, length, athleticism, and skill is very unique. That's kind of what really is the first thing that jumps out at you when you see him. But then when you spend some time with him, he is just a really happy, energetic person. He just smiles and brings joy every day in the gym. And he's been great to have around the guys this summer. Was super excited, our chance to draft him. Wasn't sure that he would get to us at 5, and we were thrilled when he did. And there'll be some ups and downs with every young player, but I think Jazz fans will be pretty excited to watch him play.
Yeah, if you think of 18-year-olds that we've had in this organization, I mean, it's Dante Exum, CJ Miles, and Andre Karolinko. And, Ace is probably one of the more athletic wings we've ever had in this franchise.
Austin, when it comes to leading and developing a young team, what is it about development that doesn't make it a straight line?
I think that's just the human experience, right? I don't think any of us learning a skill or adapting to jobs or parenthood or any challenge we face that we can just program in linear growth. Luckily, we have an amazing coach who has developed some of the best players in our game through his career, and we have a great staff, and they've really, really worked hard this summer. So I'm excited to see where they're at.
There may not be a more rumored to be traded player in the league than Lauri Markkanen, and you mentioned his Eurobasket. There's interest. How are you approaching that and the possibility of trading him? Are you listening to offers? And like Zach Lowe said, hey, there may not be. I don't see a scenario in which he's on the roster in a year. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
No, don't agree with that. And I love Zach. But look, huge fan of Lauri. Lauri's awesome. He's really good. And Lauri could and hopefully is part of our next teams when we're going up, right? Like he part of the greatness of Lauri is he fits with anyone. He is so versatile at his size that he can fit with however we can build this thing. He can fit literally on any team. I joke that obviously no one is untradeable. If trade came in for me, I would convince Ryan to take it. This is how it goes. But no, Lauri, we hope to have him around here long term. He's been a huge asset to our organization and on and off the court.
Kind of what's your philosophy on either reaching or not reaching a contract extension with Walker before the season begins?
Yeah, I don't want to negotiate publicly, but we're big fans of Walker and have talked with him and his people all summer and hope to have him around long term, whether that's in agreement now or later. But we're big fans of Walker.
With Ace, do you see like a possibility of him being able to play positionally kind of wider than maybe just like on the wing?
Yeah, I think the league has moved to, less strict positions, positionless basketball. I think Ace can play with a lot of different types of guys. We'll have to see how his playmaking continues to improve over the next couple years. His shooting and defense and rebounding and cutting have looked really good this summer, and we're going to need him to keep working on his creation. And we'll see, but right now I'd love to have a point guard and a center around him to start, and then I think he could slide 2 through 4 at this point in his career.
Couple for Ryan. One, a month ago we were at the Live Nation Ticketmaster event, and then last week they were sued by the state of Utah. Has that thrown any sort of wrench into that plan at all?
None at all.
Okay. And then about the Arena District, you've got a concert venue, you've got kind of restaurants, bars, retail. I'm curious kind of how you see the vision of your district kind of differing from, frankly, the gateway to the west of the arena, and kind of what you hope that it will bring in a different way to.
Have you been to the gateway?
I haven't, obviously. Maybe like the peak of the gateway rather than, explain if you don't mind.
Yeah. I think I've explained this before, but it's a good question, Andy. We do a good job controlling the experience within the arena. When everyone gets in, it's pretty curated. And, if you think about our games right now, it's very much, hey, roll in at 6 o'clock, park your car, hurry, get in, hurry, get out. And we just think with sports and entertainment, and especially our downtown, and I don't think it's exclusive with our downtown. Downtowns are struggling everywhere. In my other life, there's, we got offices in 26 different cities. It's pretty rough out there. And we just have a beautiful canvas sitting there east of downtown, first of all, with the opportunity to connect our city. If you look from the Marriott, Nordstrom's, all the way through, that's a wall. And if you ever just sit out there and watch the curation of traffic, especially for walking in downtown Salt Lake, it's not what you would do if you were starting over. And so the ability to really punch a hole so you're sitting at Nordstrom and be able to see Delta Center is very special. When you think about a new convention center, right now the convention center, if you're out in front, you're facing due east. If you're at Temple Square, you're facing south. If you're at Gateway, you're facing this way. If you're our arena, you're facing kind of northeast. It's going everywhere. There's no curation. And this district will do a couple things. Number one, it will provide kind of an entree from the arena out towards the east where people can gather. We hope Olympic gold medal ceremonies there with podiums. We really view that as more of a, hey, come in at 4 o'clock. I think we saw a little bit of that when we kicked off the NHL with Tshiebwe, for those who were there. That's a little bit of the vibe that can happen pre-game. Also, we just think a lot more traffic can come downtown. Right now, when a lot of people come to Utah, a lot of us live outside of the 200,000 people in downtown Salt Lake or whatever it is. We think there can be much more of a, hey, we want to come visit, we want to come be here, and we want to come be here longer. And it's happening. I mean, if you look at the Live Nation venue, on one side, we'll have the Convention Center, the Live Nation venue, and Delta Center. If you know how many days we're activating right now, over 200. If you look at, hopefully 200 there, plus conventions going on, it's going to be happening. And our job is to figure out also what brands we can get downtown. We brought Delta downtown. We've now brought Live Nation downtown. We need brands to bet on our downtown. And so if you look at, we're 1,500 hotel rooms short for the Olympics already. I feel like our district, and Mike's done a great job, is really attracting these brands that historically have not bet on our downtown. And I think we're doing a pretty good job so far. And I think one of the things we can do at SEG is, I think NHL probably being the biggest brand, we have the ability to pull these brands in.
Austin, the protected pick has been such a focus over the last few seasons. Just what is your philosophy on how to handle that?
Yeah, well, our focus right now, and Will and I have talked a lot about this, just our focus is getting our young players to focus on getting better every day and every possession, right? And we know where we're at as a team, but we want to start establishing the culture, defensive identity, playing hard, playing together, playing the right way, improving every day. So when we are ready to flip the switch and get there, that we have those habits ready-made. And we think the only way we can do that is fighting for every possession every day to start with this group.
Ryan, behind the scenes, when you bought the team to where you are now owning two teams, how does your role change and how do you see it continuing to evolve?
Well, it kicked off, I think, look, when we came into the Jazz, first year we had a pretty good run, got beat first round. Second year, had a pretty good run, got knocked out again, brought Danny in. There's been times where I've been much more involved. I started off by saying how excited I am with Austin, Jay-Z, Danny, and Will. It's a good group. It is the right mix of, Austin being, I think, 44 today. Mm-hmm. Happy birthday. Thank you. Will, where he's at. My first thing when it comes to any group I'm involved with is just continuity. And I think that's what we want here in Utah. I think that's what we've had in the past. It's super hard in the NBA. And I think we've got that at the front office. Now it's, letting these guys go to work and doing it on the floor. They have my checkbook. They're good. They know what they can do. We just got to go execute now. And part of that's growing. When it comes to hockey, we've kind of built a little bit of a different muscle because it's taking a lot. I mean, we're launching a team, we're launching a brand. It's pretty hands-on. And so having these guys over here and running with I'm probably a little bit more hands-on the hockey side right now, and kind of doing that when it comes to development. I'm not a real estate person, but we've got amazing people who have been able to pick up and work on a couple really big projects. And my philosophy is still the same. Is when we bought the hockey team, all we bought was the people. And I know it's cliche, but we have incredible people. We have incredible people who are all in on Utah, watching Austin come in, go all in. JC's obviously been here a long time, watching Will completely embrace the community. And to be honest with you, our players on both sides. I mean, I think it's weird that we keep asking every single interview, hey, how do you like Utah? How do you like Utah? Like, let's get over it. They're here. They like it, right? They did not have to be here all summer long. And it's pretty incredible to watch that. And I'm excited for that because I think that they're seeing like it's awesome here. So when that happens and then you combine our incredible community and fan base, then I think we've got a real chance to do something special. So I feel like Ash and I just kind of go where we're needed and try not to go where we're not needed, right? And I think it's working well.
He's underselling a little bit. Ryan, we talk almost every day, and he's got amazing questions and pushes and prods, and and asks and makes available so many different resources and people around, and hey, you should talk to them about this, you should help. He just connects and helps in so many ways every day. You know, hey, this guy's family's coming in, you should take them here so they can get to know this. They like that. He just knows everything and everyone in the state, and he's been invaluable every step.
Austin, I want to kind of ask more specifically about the kind of what we touched on a little bit before with kind of how veterans and the youth movement will work. Because like in my mind, it's like whoever earns the minutes will get the minutes. But there are obviously going to be things that some of the veterans come in and they know better, they do better than rookies or some of the young players just automatically. But then the idea of we want to develop the youth, that being like the main priority, like how will those minutes be distributed? Not maybe not that specifically, but like the theory behind it.
Yeah, I mean that'd be a good question for Will when you get a chance to talk with him. But you know, in our conversations, first of all, given him enough young guys that some of them are going to have to play. So there's going to be some guys, but we want it to be hard. We want it to be a challenge. They have to fight for it. And when they make mistakes, there are guys ready to come in and take those minutes. But yeah, I mean, look, young players sometimes have to do it different. They might make more mistakes, but they might have more energy and athleticism and create more turnovers, or you know, but there are definitely ways that they can earn those minutes, and we want them to try. We want it to be hard.
Questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to go right to questions. Who's first?
Let's talk about minutes.
Okay.
Was talking to Austin about it, and he said that it would be good to get your perspective on this question. Kind of how minutes will be distributed or earned between veteran players and young players, because there's this idea that's being pushed right now by the team that like the youth development is the priority. So how kind of is that, what's the philosophy in your mind on how that's gonna work out?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. There's a lot of different ways you can look at it. I think the word earned is very important, because first and foremost, if we don't set it up in a way where it's a meritocracy, you're going to have a team that's split, and you have a group that knows they're going to play no matter what they do, and then you have a group that knows they're not going to play no matter what they do, and so then neither group really cares that much about what they're doing, and that's unproductive. I think development is not a linear thing. You know, I've said this to you guys before, we want them to improve, but it goes up and down along the way. And timelines are hard to put on young people, whether it's a young basketball player, a young professional. It's hard to know exactly when they're going to be ready to take on the full responsibilities that are necessary. I think opportunity is something that we have to give some of our young players if it's earned. But we also have to hold standards that keep them accountable. It helps us maintain our identity as a group. It helps us maintain both respect and self-respect, that we're not just giving something to somebody who's undeserving. Because when you have as many young players as we do, we all want it now, right? Like you guys want it now, I want it now, but that's not how it works. And it's my responsibility and our responsibility every day to try to cultivate the environment where these players can grow, and they're all going to grow at different rates. The veteran players are important because, one, they have what our young players want, and that is longevity in the NBA. So whatever anybody thinks of them, it's worked pretty well because they're in the NBA, and the career length in the NBA on average is pretty short. So there's a lot of experiences to be shared. There's a lot of behaviors to be modeled. And then ultimately in the game, we need the team to function. And a couple of young players playing on the court with a couple of veterans can be a good balance because those veterans can help the young players. But I also don't know because we haven't had our first practice yet. And, you know, I said this to all of our young guys at the beginning of the summer, you know, we're not waiting on somebody to come and save us. You're not waiting for somebody to come and walk through the door and, oh, now we're good. Every good player in our league has had a breakout year. Some of them it's their first year, some it's their third year, some it's their fifth year. And there's nothing that says that somebody in our locker room can't have a breakout year this year. And if all of our young players got 10% better this summer, then we will be better. And that's what I want their focus to be, is each of them individually has a responsibility to improve. They're all so young. Like, we drafted Walt, and Walt is a rookie and a young player. He's also older than Keyonte, Isaiah, Cody, Taylor, Bryce. Like, he would be the mini vet. And so those moments for me give me perspective on where these young men are in their life, not just their careers. And I think that part can get lost sometimes, where we all talk about players and developing players, but we're also developing humans. And you know, I've said this to you guys before also, I've thought about myself at 21, and I'm really glad that nobody stamped me as a finished product then. And so I have a responsibility to balance both of those things. I am the coach of the basketball team, and so that is massively important to me, but I also have to recognize and understand where they are in their life and help them develop along the way.
What's Ace's developmental process been like over the last 3 months in Summer League, and what do you want him to be focused on as training camp begins?
Yeah, his summer's been a whirlwind. That's any rookie, you know, him and Walt. They're both trying to move and figure out where to live and get to know everyone in the organization, and there's a lot of faces and names to learn, and understanding just who to ask what question to. I think he's been great at getting to know his teammates and spend time with them. I mean, his personality, as you guys have gotten a little taste of, super energetic, big smile, brings a lot of joy into our building every day. His teammates have taken to him very quickly. When it comes to what I want from Ace early on, we're going to have to focus on a couple of things. On the defensive side of the ball, he needs to use his length defensively to be disruptive. You know, he may be a little bit younger physically from a strength standpoint, but we've not had a wing with his size and length in this building in a long time. And so I think on that side of the ball, if he can think about using his length to be disruptive defensively and focus on the basic team defense concepts. If he can do that for the first 6 weeks, then we can reestablish what the next set of goals are. On the offensive side, it's going to be about making quick decisions. You know, what shots he shoots and what actions he runs, those things will be changing a little bit, but I just want him to not apply too much pressure to himself to blow everyone away on the first day. He's a really good player. He's really talented, and I have the utmost belief in that. We have the utmost belief in that, and I know there's a lot of excitement around Ace, but what I don't want for him is to fall into this moment of trying to live up to the hype on the first day. He's a member of our team. He just turned 19 years old, and it's on all of us to kind of help him ease into it's the wrong word because that's not how I operate, but I don't want him to think that the first game or the first 2 weeks he has to prove to his teammates or me or any of you that he is what we say he is. I want him to focus on playing good shifts when he's in the game. Hey, I'm going in for the next 7 minutes. Let's play a good 7 minutes. Let's win this 7 minutes. And that's not fun to talk about. That's not sexy to write about. But we almost need to make his life as micro as possible right now because the macro can get daunting when it's like I need to be like all the hype around him and all those things. It's great and it's exciting. But I think for us, we need to just try to make the basketball part, the life part, all as micro as we can.
And you talk about these are humans, they're young humans. How do you keep a dark cloud from forming when you're losing so much? You lost a lot last year. Expectations are that you're probably going to lose a lot this year. How do you keep that dark cloud from forming around the team, around the organization?
Yeah, I mean, I urge them not to read what's written. I also recognize that we are where we are, and I think for me, there's a lot of different ways to measure success with a young team. And our job is to not ride the emotional roller coaster. Last year was hard, sure, but last year's over. And, you know, whatever you're saying the expectations are for this year, like, we're not going to talk about any of that. We're a team, and I want our players to go into training camp and the process of preseason attacking it like any team is. And the dark cloud forms if you start listening to people that aren't there every day. You know, I said earlier there's this want for everything now, and I understand that. Like, I think everybody in life wants everything to go well now, and they want success now and money now, and everybody wants a promotion, and those things are all real. But I think maybe the biggest part of my job with a young group and with our fan base and with our staff is to recognize the human emotions that come when you do lose, but also to try to continue to provide perspective on what's actually happening. You can't just listen to the emotional part of your brain. There's the logical part too. And I think where we are is really exciting because we have the ability right now to actually form our own identity. And I think growing with these young players is really exciting. I think our fan base should be really excited that if we're the youngest state in the country and we bet on youth, that's what we do. Well, let's bet on these guys and let's be there with them as we're all a part in our own ways. You know, I may have a bigger part than maybe you guys do, but we're all here to raise these young men. And I think that part's really exciting to me because when we get where we want to get to, it's going to be that much more satisfying because you saw the whole journey. So I feel like providing perspective, providing hope, and bringing energy to it every day is all we can do.
It sounds like a lot of them were around town, around the state this summer. How do you like how those young players handled this summer?
The part that I was happiest about is they didn't have to be dragged. They all bonded together. They were here a majority of the summer. They also did some off-site things, like I'm sure Austin and Ryan mentioned the trip to Dallas where, you know, Keyonte invited the whole team to Dallas to come work out with him in his neck of the woods. And it's like, that stuff is really productive for just human connection. And I think they all took to heart the message at the beginning of the summer that no one's coming to save you and you all need to band together and everybody needs to improve. I think the fun part was each person had different things they're working on, and those things were pretty known amongst the group, and so they were holding each other accountable to those things. But more than anything, it's in pro sports, sometimes it's hard to have real human connection in the locker room. People come to the gym, they do their job, they go home to their families, and it's all very separate, where when you think about like a college team, you're spending so much time together. You go to practice, then you all go eat together. It's cafeteria, you mostly live together. And so the connection that's built is just based on time spent. So the fact that they were finding different avenues to spend time together this summer and doing hard things together in our gym, I think only is going to lead to a tighter knit group, because for us to get to where we want to go, it's going to be hard. And there's going to be some ugly moments, and there's going to be some uncomfortable moments. There's going to be some hard conversations, and the best way to get through those things is to do it with people that you know there's a foundation of real trust and love under there.
Will, you mentioned you were kind of a quasi Minnesota Timberwolves fan growing up. Does that include the beginning?
I like Chauncey Billups when he played for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, does that include the beginning of the Kevin Love era? And regardless, what's your knowledge or relationship with Kevin?
Well, it's nice to have someone my age around. No, Kevin's a Hall of Fame player. He's incredible. Kevin won't remember this, but I played against Kevin once in an AAU game in high school when he was on the SoCal All-Stars. His career speaks for itself. I've had some really good conversations with him this summer. What he can bring to our team in terms of a full scope of the experience of an NBA career, what really being a winning player looks like. I think he can also help our young players with the understanding of what it's like to be on the really young team early in your career, because he lived that experience also. So he's been in a bunch of different positions where he's seen a bunch of different things, and you know, his voice is going to be able to communicate things to our team that I never will, because I didn't play in the NBA. And so I always try to lean on the veterans in our locker room of their experience, because I think that their mentorship of the young players will go a long way. I'm excited that Kevin's with us, and I think that he's excited to help these young guys grow. I also know that he's a crazy competitor and that he's going to come to camp and he's not going to let them off the hook. So the most exciting thing for me is that, you know, we need some depth in our locker room in terms of like depth of experience and somebody who's seen the NBA from a lot of different angles. And so I think that he's going to be a tremendous leader for our group. I would be shocked if he's not, you know, a massive part of the leadership group on our team.
Given the amount of young talent, but also just the overall depth in the locker room, what are your expectations for training camp and preseason?
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover, and there aren't clear, you know, Lauri, I think, has established himself as a high-level NBA player, and we have a lot of other guys in the locker room who you can make arguments for all of them. And so I think training camp is going to be first and foremost about establishing our competitive identity. Like, we have to have the ability to be honest with each other, and part of being honest with each other is that I'm going to go at you full throttle at practice and I'm going to try to kick your butt. And then I'm going to love you afterwards and we can eat lunch. But I think if we can establish that competitive identity in training camp, it's only going to help us, because there's going to be a focus early in the season. I recognize that, on who plays, who doesn't, who starts. That's everybody's favorite question, who starts. We're going to need everybody during the season. We all have been around long enough to know there's going to be injuries, slumps, ups and downs. Everybody has to be ready to go. And so more than anything, the competitive nature of the team is what I care about at training camp, because these minutes are going to have to be earned. You know, we need competence on the floor. You know, a big theme with the team this year is going to be competence over credentials. Like, once you're here, you're here. And you're on the team, you're one of the guys in the locker room. We need the best players on the court.
So 2 more.
How important is this season for Taylor?
It's important to him and to us to have him back on the court. I couldn't be more proud of the way that he handled himself throughout last year. I know that I for sure would not have handled it with as much grace and positivity as he did. It's exciting to get him back on the court. I think the importance of it for him is only so that he can see that the hard thing that he went through and all of the really boring rehab that he did paid off. He did a lot of hard work in his life to make it to the NBA. He suffered a tragic injury, but he's back. And so I'm not overanalyzing his basketball in this moment. I think this is a moment that's more about his health, and the fact that he's strong and healthy and feeling confident is the most important thing to me. But I think it's also important not only to Taylor but to our team. Like, they all love him, and he was a big support system for them last year. He's a really close friend of a lot of the guys on the team, and so I think they're all excited to have him back on the court as well.
We heard a little bit about this summer, but what do you want to see different defensively, and what do you want your identity to be on that end of the floor?
Yeah, we have to do a way better job on the perimeter of guarding the ball. I think that's first and foremost. The competitive relentlessness on that end has to pick up, or you can't play. I think we've reached a point where enough's enough, and that goes for everybody. Like, Walker needs to improve also, and he knows that. And Walker has a great shot blocking mentality, but I need and we need his overall defensive nature to improve. Like, it's not about being a great shot blocker, it's about being a great defensive player. And those two things can be different. I think Walker has shown signs of being an elite defender in our league, but it needs to take a step up. And the perimeter players need to get on board with that. You know, I also think that we'll go back to mixing our defenses some, which will be productive for us. It's been productive for us in the past. But there are moments where the technical part has to be coached. Put your foot there, put your arm there. There's also moments where you're coaching the human. Stop running into the screen. What does that mean? Stop running into the screen. And I think that sometimes as coaches, we can get too technical and we create too many rules, too many things they're thinking about. Like, it's amazing that any player could ever play defense ever in a pickup game without a game plan. You know, like 5 dudes that have never met each other in their life could play a pickup basketball game and somehow the other team doesn't score every time. It's crazy. I think we need to get back to some of just the real basic competitor human elements of part of what makes good defenses good is that the people on the court deeply care about it and are relentless. It's not always going to be about a scheme saving you, especially in our league, right? There's variance, there's nights where people make crazy shots and special players do special things. But, you know, I've said this for the last couple of years, you're not trying to get a shutout. You're trying to shave 15 points off the game, 12 points off the game. That's the difference between middle of the pack and the best defense in the league. And so we have to have that mindset that if they make a few tough shots in a row, we're not going to stop. We're not going to give in. It's not going to go perfect. The skill level in our league, I don't think, has ever been at a higher level. Dribble, pass, and shoot. It's amazing what the players in our league are doing now. And so we have to meet that level of skill with a little bit of crazy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Sarah Todd from the Deseret News. Will said that you won't remember this. I don't know if he's talked to you about it, but playing against you in AAU when you were on the SoCal team.
I know one thing's for certain, they lost.
Well, it was an undefeated team, right?
Say it again?
Undefeated team?
We were 45-0, yeah. So that's how I knew. But I do not remember that. I don't know what, did he say the team that he was playing for?
No, I can't imagine it was that good. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I mean, if he was on the team. No, I
guess then the follow-up is, like, is it strange to have a coach that, like, you are literally the same age as?
Megan and I were just talking about that it's remarkable that guys like him and Missoula, I mean, you could mention a few names, and he's also been at this for a while too, and he's worked his way up through the league, and it's been amazing to see his rise to where he is now. I mean, he's such a great basketball mind, somebody that I've had a immense respect for and have known just because of that, family tree from San Antonio as well, right? So many of those guys have gone on to do great things, and in different places throughout the league. I mean, Sean Marks and many different coaches that have gone on to win Coaches of the Year and assistant coaches in great places. So the list really just goes on and on. But to be, I think we're 8 months-ish apart. I think he's January '88 and I'm September. So it's amazing to see. So yes, I'm one of his players, but I'm also a peer, which is unique and different for me. But certainly looking forward to just helping and serving this team in any way that I can.
Kind of speaking of that, and by the way, I'm Andy Larson, Salt Lake Tribune. Good to meet you. What is your approach to this season and joining, what is a very young team and trying to figure that out in kind of a new place, new market?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I told Austin and what I told Will was, hey, I'd love to just add value wherever I can, whether that's, playing or not. Last year was very unique for me in that I was gone for a large chunk of the season, and, to be completely transparent, that I was on the way to our first home game against Orlando, and I got this call about my father, which I had to go home for 3 weeks, and that kind of set off, a dark cloud and a storm that would kind of hang over my entire season. And then the last 6 weeks of the season, I was gone, seeing my dad through his passing. So, I think just pressing the refresh button, wanting to, again, be here to serve, put my best foot forward. And I've been in a situation where I've been on, I believe, the youngest team in the league, and a team that had, their sweet spot was, 8 to 10 to 12 guys that were within their first 3 to 5 years in the league. So I've seen that before. I've been part of a rebuilding team in Cleveland. After those years, we went to several different finals. I had seen, most of the team in Cleveland, who is still there now. Guys have gone on to get traded or signed elsewhere, but a lot of those guys I saw through their initial years and years where they became truly great vets. So I've seen a lot. I've done a lot in this league, and I think as far as being a vet and imparting wisdom, knowing to keep it light, getting through to guys, being curious about other guys as well, what makes them tick and how I can get the best out of them. That's where I think I can also help in a very big way, just being in my 18th season, having seen what it takes to win at the highest level, but also the bad habits and the pitfalls and different things that go on with a team over an 82-game season where you may be losing a lot, you don't know how to win yet, and you're just young. You don't necessarily know the grind and what it takes to win at this level. So just being supportive in that as well.
Ryan Miller from KSL.com. We mentioned the age with Coach. On the opposite age spectrum, it's there's a lot of young guys on this team. How do you feel like you'll fit in with the locker room with like kids that are at this point, 17 years younger than you?
I mean, I feel like I can fit in with anybody from my 8-month-old daughter and 2-year-old daughter to you name the demographic. I'm and they were talking about Andrew Wiggins last year. Like, man, he doesn't speak. I was like, I'll fucking make him sing, okay? So like, we got this. Now I'll blend in with them very well. I mean, they might call me Unc or OG or that sort of thing, but again, I welcome it. I don't take things too seriously. I know when to take things seriously. We cross those lines, and we're naturally trying to get better and working towards something in the future. But again, I find a way to have a common theme or a common thread with everybody that helps foster and grow a relationship, and then also just creating. We're tribal beings. I like to act like that. I like to be a part of something bigger than myself and community, and be selfless. That's something I've had to learn the hard way. But again, with guys that young, I've seen it before. As I continue to get older, it's like Dazed and Confused. They just keep staying the same age. And I think it's going to be fun. I look forward to it. We're already talking shit behind the scenes, so it's fun. I love bickering with 19-year-olds.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. You've shared the floor with Lauri before. What's your relationship with him like, and how have you seen him evolve since?
Yeah, we have a great relationship. Even when he first came into the league, I had pulled him aside, and it's probably funny for him to look back now and see that, especially this full circle moment. So we've been, talking a lot, or speaking or texting a lot this summer, and really in the past week or so. And it went to him early in his career, and it was just saying, like, he has a real chance. I love his game. It was, my dad used to, he would be like, you need to watch this German 7-foot guy who is messing up but is taking the ball off the glass and dribbling up and dunking the basketball and shooting from three and going into the pick and roll and playing just a different style of basketball that we hadn't seen yet out of somebody that's 7 feet tall, can put the ball on the deck and fade away, can use his body, get to the free throw line. So, of course, I'm speaking about Dirk, and everybody likes to compare a 7-footer that can shoot and step out and do that. But in my eyes, I'm looking at, him, his build, and how he plays the game, and he's so young coming out of Arizona. I'm like, I like this guy. I hate playing against him, but I like this guy. So when we ended up on Cleveland together, that was fun to see that progression. But you could tell, that, if he was put into a situation where his usage rate was going to be up and he was going to be able to, be one of, the main guys on the team with a lot of touches and being able to evolve out of that, that's what you've seen here. And he's been able to be so effective in that. But the biggest thing that I've seen from him is his body awareness, like how he's been able to use his body to get downhill. And he's saying, if you're not going to stop me, I'm going to get all the way to the rim or I'm going to get fouled. And then the game has opened up there for him across the board. So I'm excited. He's still so young to see how he evolves out of that. And, from a leadership perspective too, that evolution and being in the same locker room and seeing where he is there as well.
Kevin, welcome to Utah. Tim Lacombe, Jazz Radio. Will had intimated that you guys have talked a little bit. What do you expect early on your role to be here with the guys?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the one thing that I could do is just come in shape, mind wrapped around the situation that I find myself in. I understand fully aware where the team is, and they wanted to hit on younger guys and draft well, acquire assets. I mean, that's what this league is, right? Especially when you're in the position that we're in now, and you look at a certain runway. Like, this isn't an accident. Like, Danny and Austin have done this before, right? They're brilliant in how they've navigated the space. But again, I just want to be a value add in any way that I can. I know that the aprons and the CBA is not partial to veterans now, but I know that veterans matter. I do. I've seen it. I mean, we've seen it the last 3-4 years that they matter. They matter in whatever capacity that may be, because you can help, steer the ship in the right way. I do believe that. So whether that's playing, not playing, being a great voice, showing up for the guys, and again, it's just about serving, right? In a lot of ways, this can be an ungrateful league. I'm just grateful that I'm heading into my 18th season and still am looked at as a value add. So that's kind of my mindset, not making expectations or assumptions on anything, but honestly, it's I'm not want to sound like I'm preaching, but just put my best foot forward every single day. And again, whatever that looks like, I'm willing to do.
Last question right here.
Kevin, a lot was made kind of on the outside, throughout the media, throughout the summer, on whether or not you were going to get a buyout, or you were looking for it, or if you were going to show up to camp or find a way. All of it was talked about. And I just wonder, what your response is and, how you saw all of that play out until today.
Yeah, I mean, it was very unexpected, my departure from Miami, though I get it. Like, you make a number fit on this side here, and you get and then John Collins moves and things move, and you get a trade exemption or, I don't know, $26 million, whatever the hell it was. And then on that side of it, you get Norman Powell out of, giving up Kyle Anderson and myself, and I get the business side of it. But from a personal side, I was just kind of weighing all my options due to having, really truly, it all started with my 2 young daughters at home. I have a 2-year-old who's going to preschool in Miami, and then an 8-month-old, and it was, picking up and moving them within the course of a couple months. Of course, it happens, right? These things always happen. I was traded on draft night. I was traded in 2014 to Minnesota, from Minnesota to Cleveland, and then I got bought out, and I moved in the middle of the season to, or 60 games in, to Miami, and then of course, this happened. So I've seen a lot of these things, and it's not new to professional sports or, what anybody does for their living, or a living, excuse me. But I think I was weighing, the personal side of things and kind of moving away from my daughters, and am I going to take them with me, and just wanted to gather all the information that I could. But I will say, I've spent a lot of time here, actually, not only southern Utah, but I spent a lot of time in Park City and Deer Valley for 4 or 5 months, or weeks out of the summer months through 2015 through 18 or 19. So know the area pretty well. Salt Lake, not too much, but looking forward to it. But the decision was really made after talking to Austin and Will. And I thought that just in kind of who I know here, the people here, as well as, potentially having a very positive impact. People always say, well, people have said to me, well, what if you go and it doesn't work out? I'm like, what if it does, right? And whatever that looks like, what if it does? So whereas in the past I could have very well been and likely would have been a pessimist and, try to channel something to make that work for me. I'd rather look at it in a very positive light and have a, more likely, and I feel like I'm better off doing that than if I were to do the opposite. So I just want to, again, be a positive force and just be unapologetically myself.
So is the family and the dog?
Well, the dog has to come out here. No, they will be for sure. Just like we got we're in a hotel right now, but just need to figure out, once we get out of that, then I'll be able to bring all 3 of my girls with the dog out here, which will make it feel more like home.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate
Cool.
your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You can already put that up.
We'll open up with some questions. Who wants to start? Sarah?
Hi, Lauri.
Hello.
Let's talk about Eurobasket. Obviously, Finland made it farther than it has been, and I'm just wondering kind of what the experience was this year compared to maybe a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it was great. The tournament went a little longer. We didn't get the ultimate goal that we wanted, but in a bigger picture, we accomplished a lot, and we have something to look forward in the future. So it was a really good experience, and obviously playing the group phase at home was pretty sweet. So.
Lauri, I'm curious how you look at this year, maybe different than the last couple with, then you had John Collins and Colin Sexton and Jordan and so on. Now you are like the old, I guess there is Kevin Love, but you are the guy. And I'm curious if you look at this season any differently than the others, or how you look at it.
Yeah, it's gonna be good because it's a little different vibe of what I've actually been able to go in the locker room and hang out ever since I got back. The vibes are great. They're really joking around. Obviously, a bunch of kids, but it's been fun to be back, and I can't wait to be spending more time with those guys and get to know them better. And but try to lead them, and I think when we talk about the experience this summer, it's just kind of leading that team as well, and having that experience, kind of how to work with that. And I think it was a valuable lesson for me, and how can I make them, or not make them, but help them to become better players and make the next steps. And so, yeah, I mean, I still have the high expectations of it performing on the court, but I'm looking forward to kind of help them as well.
A few years ago, you used Eurobasket to kind of like springboard into that All-Star season. Do you see something similar this year, and why is it that kind of helps you get going?
Yeah, I mean, I feel really good, and I think it kind of helps you. You're in shape. You're playing competitive basketball, not just working out and doing conditioning drills and whatever, but just you're actually playing. And especially this year too, I feel like most of the NBA players were over there playing, so it was really high level ball. So, I mean, it gives you confidence as well, kind of get the big role on your team and perform at a high level, and then use it. So those two things, I feel like you're already in shape, ready to play. You got the timing, and then the confidence piece comes into play too. So, I mean, I always feel the best after the summer with national team. So,
Lauri, Kevin Love said he pulled you aside early in your career and said you've really got a chance, and then you guys played together in Cleveland. What's your relationship like, and do you remember some of those early conversations?
yeah, we played in the same division, so we saw each other a good amount my first couple of years in the league. And then obviously got to hang out with him and work out with him a lot in Cleveland, and I think there was a lot of pieces of advice that I was able to pick up on. We worked out in the same basket in Cleveland and kind of try to pick his brain. It was my 5th year in the league when I was there, so I already knew that like I have still much to learn, and he was a high-level player at the time as well, and he still is. But just kind of pick his brain. So we created that relationship early on, and I'm excited to have him back. Get to hang out with more.
There's been obviously a lot of talk about how the vets can help the young guys develop, but in what ways does being around so many young guys help push you at this stage in your career?
Yeah, it obviously helps. I mean, gotta stay in shape and try to work on your game, and I feel like these guys are so talented and athletic, and you kind of try to come up with new ways to beat them in practice and earn playing time. So just kind of, it does help with, because you kind of come up with new ways to be effective. So for sure.
Obviously, you had the one season off from trade rumors. But, I mean, number one, like, are you prepared for that all to start up again? I mean, it already has. And kind of what would your response be to people on the outside who are already saying, like, obviously Lauri doesn't want to be in Utah. Got to get him out of there. What would your response be to that?
Same as I always said, I love to be in Utah. And like you said, the rumors already started, but I don't pay attention to that. Anybody can get traded. Pretty much anybody can get traded in this league. And so you just play the best of your abilities and enjoy the practice and games and time I get to spend in this facility and with these guys. And if something happens, then we adjust. Like, I've never lived in the if world and look at the trade rumors or anything like that. So I've always been 100% fully committed to the team I've played currently. So nothing's going to change on that part.
A couple questions about Ace. First off, have you gone fishing with him yet?
I have not gone fishing yet.
All right, well, gotta get that going. And then secondly, what do you just kind of your overall thoughts on his game at his age?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see more of him playing. Like I got back last week and I've seen him on the court once, and I mean, I'm impressed. Just he's a young kid, obviously, but the talent's there. He's really athletic and loves to work on his game. I feel like I see him here, one of the first guys in every day, and so that's a good start, obviously. And he has fun playing basketball and enjoys being here. So love to see it.
I know last year we went into the year and kind of was an experimental year for you. You're trying different shots, different ways to get into your shots, and I'm curious, do you still want to experiment with your game as much this year, or do you want to go back to, what was working before more? How do you view that part of it?
Yeah, we haven't had time to really sit down with Coach yet, which I'm sure we're going to do now, but I'm really just out there playing my game, and if I need, I mean, I can still get a lot better as a basketball player, so you need to do a little bit different stuff as well to get better at, but I think just playing your game and is going to be the best, and that's what we're focusing on. So.
All right, thanks, Lauri. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. These are fine.
Hendricks here, so start with questions. Sarah, you want to start us off?
Hey, Taylor.
Good, how you doing?
Good. How important is this year for you?
Very important. I feel like I've been in the off season since the start of last season, so the amount of preparation I've been doing, I feel like it's really important for me.
Tell us about what you guys have been up to this summer. I know you've been hanging out with the other young guys a lot, and just what have you guys done, and what has that brought you?
We've done a lot of conditioning, a lot of weight room work, but most importantly, we've just all been together for most of the summer, so I think that's great for our chemistry and for us moving forward throughout the season. I feel like for me, it's great for me as well, continuously working on my body and trying to be the best player I could be.
What was the feeling like playing basketball again after the rehab process?
I was almost tearing up because it's like, it's been so long, and I was just so grateful to finally be able to move around again and run up and down the court and be tired, and all those emotions, it hit me fast. So, I was tearing up the first couple times.
What came back quickly, and what was the process to get back once you were actually back on the court?
I feel like my jumping ability came back pretty quick. I feel like the thing that took a little bit of time was like my quick twitch, but I feel like it's all back now. That was a few months ago, so.
Taylor, going into the season, obviously got a lot on your mind, but what's the one thing you want to try to be able to do here in training camp, to establish yourself again?
I just want to continue to build my reputation of being, the best defender. I feel like I could be the best defender in the league, so, and that comes with first proving that to the coach staff here, and then them trusting me and, moving forward with that. But that's what I want to accomplish at camp right now.
Chandler Holt, KSL Sports. Do you have any goals for yourself this year, whether it be playing time, stats, or minutes? Just any goals for yourself?
Not really. I just want to get back to having fun. I feel like when you're having fun out there and, playing off instinct, that's the best you're playing. They call it flow state. So, that's really what I'm just trying to get back to. It's been a while since I've played, in an actual game. So just pretty much having fun, working hard, and just bonding with my teammates while doing it.
Does it take a moment to trust your body again after going through an injury and saying, okay, I can do this, I'm going to be okay? Because physically you're okay, but just to get right mentally, how difficult a process is that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I was first coming back playing again, there was some thoughts in my mind, but just knowing how my injury happened, like just slipping on the floor, just like, there was nothing like wrong with my body that caused that. So, getting through that mentally kind of was a little bit fast for me. So, it was easy to get through that.
Taylor, this is a young group of guys coming from all different corners of the country, and we've heard stories today about how much time you guys have spent together and how there's good vibes, good chemistry, a lot of messing around with each other. Just where do you see this going relationship-wise with this group?
I mean, I see it as a family. We're already pretty close. Like I said before, like we do mess with each other a lot, joke around, but I think that's huge for us. I feel like the best teams are built off camaraderie, so I think for us moving forward, that's huge for us.
Taylor, who's looked good so far in Open Gym?
I would say I'm pretty impressed with the rookies. I knew how good they would be, but like to see him in person, at Ace, like he's very, very talented, very twitchy, and then Walter, he's very, advanced. He doesn't play like a rookie. He's very smart, and then John, he's like very, very solid. So, I feel like the organization did a really, really good job with our draft picks for sure.
Anybody else? All right. Oh, one more right here. Yeah.
How are you a different person? You're 21 now. How are you a different person than you were at 19 when you first walked in here 2 years ago?
I feel like my confidence has grown a lot since I first walked in here. I feel like as a person, I'm more smarter, I would say, or smarter. But overall, I just have a lot more gratitude, especially what happened last year. Every step of the way, I'm thanking God because, I remember where I was, in November, just sitting in the bed after surgery. So, I have a lot more gratitude.
Taylor, kind of tied to the question about how do you start to trust your body again after an injury like that? I'm just wondering, do you feel any pressure, or do you put pressure on yourself since you've missed an entire year, that you have to catch up fast or get back to where you were?
At first I was, but as I was going through the summer, I was realizing everybody runs at their own pace. People get to where they want to get to faster than others or slower. But I feel like when you put pressure on yourself, that's when things kind of go wrong. But just going through it every day and just trying to get better every single day, and trying to accomplish what you want to accomplish every day is the best way to be about it or go about it.
Anybody else? Taylor, thanks for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please raise your hand. Somebody want to start? Ryan Miller.
Hey, how will Eurobasket help you just to start this season?
It's a good question. I feel like it just keep you busy, pretty much, for the 2 months, just being in that basketball mindset, playing the competition, really good competition, good basketball. Obviously, totally probably different sport than NBA, but it's definitely make you, I feel like almost in the season type of move.
What do you hope to bring to this Jazz team this year, just in general?
Just to help young guys to grow. Encourage them to make mistakes. It's okay. Just as long as you want to get better. Help the coach, and team as much as I can on the floor. Be a positive, the guy who been, through a lot of things and injuries and the games and see a lot of great talents and play with them. So looking forward, just to build a relationship and help the young guys to, to grow the best possible way.
On the other side of that, how does being around such a young team help push you at this stage of your career?
If we about find out. I don't know. I feel like the excitement for me just to, being able to know what I can bring to the table, but also, the young guy is going to challenge you every day, practice and the games and, kind of be around you and just to push you, even better to be as a player. But that's a good thing.
Yusuf, welcome to Utah. Tim Lacombe, Jazz Radio. Watched you a lot come through, put your shoulder into guys, pretty good. Assume that physicality will be a piece of that. But do you see this as kind of a fresh start, new opportunity, fresh start, clean slate?
Yes, I mean, like you said, it's a physical game, and I think the young guys will have to understand that no matter what happened that night, the next night is going to be even harder. The people going to scout you, and when you're a rookie, and probably a little easier, but second year getting tougher and scouting report. So definitely physicality and just to be able to understand that the one night not going to change everything, but also you have to be in a moment and realize the mistake you're making. But also for me, like you said, fresh start and feeling wanted and at the same time, it's a lot of great minutes and basketball. So.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Yusuf, you'd mentioned the first time we talked to you, you were just going to kind of look for your coffee shop and find your place. But how do you bond with other guys on the team off the court, during this type of training camp process?
I mean, the training camp is, by nature, bonding, just every day. Not sure how many practices we're going to have a day, but, you're going to be pretty much whole day in the gym for the next week or so. That's kind of, you're spending more time with your teammates than with your family. So that's how season is. So to be honest with you, the bonding going to come naturally, especially in the season when never too high, too low, especially with young guys. And, will be the time for hang out, will be the time for the practice, for the watching the film and mistakes to to some wins.
Yusuf, I'm wondering what your impressions have been the last couple of years of Walker Kessler, just seeing him play, and kind of how you think that you can help him or push him or complement him now that you're teammates.
I mean, he been great so far in the league and mostly known as a shot blocker and defending the paint, which is, such a high stake that you have. But also I think that what, waiting for him is he's still young and developing. So probably what I will suggest, setting better screens and showing him that way, we'll see the passing and obviously shooting in this game is, I guess everybody have to be, shoot it in a certain way to, being able to play in NBA, or you have to do certain things really good that you can keep on the floor. So step by step, but he's definitely, still young and still can improve so much, and I'm looking forward to that.
Not a Jazz question, but I'm curious what you think about Damian Lillard back in Portland.
I love it, man. It's like a dream come true, man. We talk about it, me and Dame, all the time. During the seasons and stuff, and I knew it like when the Milwaukee situation happened, that I knew it where he's gonna end up. Even all the teams was calling, but I knew deep down what he's gonna do. So I'm super happy for him, for the Portland. The fan base deserved him back, and he deserved the peace.
Yusuf Taylor, who's just on before you, suffered a leg injury that was pretty similar to yours when you were in Portland. What's that process like, coming back and getting on the court for the first time and just trying to work your way back in, especially that first season back?
I think the biggest takeaway for me was not rushing back. I have a couple case scenario. They was trying to bring me a little earlier and didn't like the vibe, so didn't like my body, the way it respond. But then COVID hit for me, kind of extend the period of the recovery, so kind of saved me in a way. I'm not sure if I could kind of tolerate to not play and almost ready to play. But I think that's the biggest takeaway, to not rush with certain injuries, especially, longer recoveries. The body not used to play 40 minutes or 30 minutes, it depends, any situation is different. But even those minute restrictions you're getting, at some point you're going to be off that limit. And I feel like that's the body, because you didn't play the games for a year or whatever it might be, then you put yourself in position that the body not used to play, every day or back-to-backs or certain things. So I think that's the biggest takeaway.
Everyone good? All right, thanks, Yusuf.
Yeah,
Appreciate your
appreciate
time.
you.
Keyonte George here for you. So, questions? Let's start here.
Keyonte, do you think this is an important season for you, and if so, why?
I think obviously the nature of it is important, but I think the main thing for me is the team. Worrying about the team, worrying about we can get better. I think the main thing for me this year is just all about we instead of me. So that's really it.
You took most of the young guys to Dallas with you. Why did you do that, and what was kind of the purpose of that trip?
Just to get, camaraderie. I think the hardest thing in the NBA is to build camaraderie. Obviously, it's easy in college just because we're always with one another and staying close to each other. But now in the league, we got our own lives. And so I think, first of all, I'm appreciative of them coming to Dallas and being able to get some work in. And for me, it was just to, work on some leadership things. And that was really it, just to get around the guys. Wasn't really around them that much after summer league. They give us some time to go away a little bit, but it was just to, before camp started, get around the guys somewhere away from Utah. I haven't did nothing like that my first 2 years in the league, so to do something like that, it was pretty special for, me.
When you talk about leadership, what does that mean to you now that you're in your third year and people are looking to you to be a leader? What does that mean?
I think it's just every day, trying to be the same person. And then as far as the basketball piece, just trying to lead by example. Not obviously you lead with your voice, but guys will follow once they see you put in the time and the effort and see that you really care about them. So I think the main thing for me was just making sure they know I cared about them as people more than trying to make them better on the floor. So,
Keyonte, it's clear this team has gone all in on this youth movement. Do you feel like you're part of something special, like at the groundbreaking of this thing? If you guys stay together, you really can build something special here. And then what did you take from like Jordan and Colin the last few years? Because like you said, you're one of the leaders on this team. They were the leaders before. What did you take from them?
What was the first question? I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, it's 2 questions. Just about, do you feel like you're part of something special here that's like from the ground up building? If you keep these guys together, you guys could, really have something that you can build on.
I mean, obviously, DA and Austin and all them, Jay-Z, those guys, they made the moves that they wanted to do. But I'm just about the Jazz, no matter who's here for young or older guys. But I think obviously this year it feels a little different just because, I don't know, like you said, like we're all young, we're all around the same age, all have kind of the same experience, in the league. So we're kind of going through this together and learning and growing. So I think that's going to be fun just to go through adversity together. And then as far as learning from Jordan and Colin and John and all those guys, really just learning the professionalism aspect every day. There's certain things that you have to do in order to stay in this league for a very long time outside of basketball. So learning those different things and kind of getting out of my comfort zone with those guys and, having tough conversations with them. It was good to have those guys around. So now I'm going to take, some of those little gems that they've given me and kind of, pass the game on out.
Keyonte, first, can you just tell me who was on that trip to Dallas?
It was me, Taylor, Bryce, John, or Tanji, Ace. Ace was there. Walt came. Elijah Harkless. I think that was about it. Basically, everybody that's been here all summer, the young group.
And then my second question is, what does it mean for you to have Taylor on the court again?
Means a lot. Me and somebody asked me this the other day, and I almost started crying, just because me and Taylor spent the whole summer here together. Like, I seen him, like, obviously he was going through what he did, and then he was getting back, and then I was able to, like, really see him start back running again, and then start back being able to, like, shoot the ball, and then, like, just kind of everything you take for granted, like, when you play the game. So, like, I mean, I don't know, like, we've been here, we've been grinding, like, the way guys, they went to the combine, me and Taylor stayed here, we was both lifting together, doing conditioning together, like, I don't know, it's like just seeing him downstairs, like, with the jersey on, his headband, arm sleeve, like, I'm excited for him to get back. Like, he's put in, like, a lot of work. Like, I don't know, I just get, like, goosebumps thinking about him playing again. Like, I'm ready for him to get back on the floor.
Keyonte, in terms of your specific game, what were your areas of focus this summer?
Probably just a consistency piece. Like, not one main area of my game that I tried to focus on. It was just about consistency, every day working the same, getting in the best shape possible. And then, you know, just coming in this season just feeling sharp. Like, I didn't go into the summer thinking, oh, I got to work on my dribble pull-up going right or going left. It was just about every day being consistent no matter what I was working on. And then, but as far as strength-wise, trying to get stronger, legs getting stronger. But I think just trying to get in the most shape possible, I guess you could say, was the theme for my summer.
Keyonte, what couple things maybe you've learned these first couple of years in the league that you want to apply to this year? Maybe some things positive, some tough things, but something you want to put into this season that you've gained from the last 2 years?
You said something positive from the last 2 years? Yeah, I think, I don't know, I can't really pinpoint one thing. I think just the adversity that, you know, we've been through the past, like, I've only been here for 2 years, so, I mean, just the adversity that we've been through since I've been here, and being able to still, you know, stay together, not point fingers at one another, kind of just, you know, almost kind of do this in a sense. Because I think from my rookie year, we had a stretch where we were winning a lot of games. And during that point, I kind of started to realize what it took to win in this league and kind of what every day looked like. So, you know, credit to, like, Chris Dunn. Like, he was the main one on me, like, during my first year, like, trying to teach me everything from being professional to everything on the court. And then as far as KD, like, he was the same person every day, like, smiling, loud, like, I mean, I'm sure y'all knew what y'all was going to get from KD. So I think that's probably I guess you could say that's the positive thing that I could take from my past 2 years into this season.
All right, everyone good? Thanks, Key. Appreciate it. It's really awkward, trust me. So, all right.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. All right, Walker Kessler for you. We'll start questions down here with Sarah.
Hey, Walk.
Hey, Sarah, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I figure we just get this out of the way right at the beginning.
Yeah.
As far as a contract extension goes, is that important for you to have it happen? Does it feel disappointing if you go into restricted free agency not having a contract extension? Thoughts, feelings around the whole thing?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I know today's media day, so I was assuming I'd get a question like this. So I just want to say, I don't want to talk about it after today, just because I think, during the season, tomorrow's training camp, it's the start of the season. I don't want it to be a distractor for me or for my teammates. But that being said, I'm definitely a little frustrated with how, if I don't. But regardless, I love Utah. I love the fan base. I love my teammates. I love the coaches. And as long as have a Utah Jazz jersey on, I will play winning basketball. And I want to, and I love it. And I think for as long as I'm here, I'm gonna play winning basketball. That's all I gotta say.
Walker, as the longest tenured player on the team now, you feel like the old man, obviously?
It's weird, yeah, a little bit. It's definitely a different, I don't know, it's weird. We have a very young team, and I think I've got Lauri beat by like a month or something. I think I was traded like a month before him. So yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but I always have felt like an old man, and now it just confirms that. So.
You feel like this young group can build together? I mean, obviously they're going all in on this youth movement here. Do you feel like you're kind of part of something special from building from the ground up here?
No question. Everything I've seen from the young guys and pick up and conditioning the weight room, they've been working their tails off. So I'm very excited for this year. I think it's going to be a big year for us, and I think that as long as we focus on, building good habits and building with energy and effort or playing with energy and effort, I think it's going to be a good year.
Walker, what were your areas of focus this summer in terms of on your game specifically?
This year, I think getting stronger physically was a big part of it. Continuing to develop my touch around the rim, develop my explosion, develop my, defensive rotations, develop being able to guard, a guard in a half-court scenario. So things like that.
I know you guys are focusing on improvement, development. At what point does that get old and it's like, we just need to win?
Well, I think the first step to winning is working on your development and improvement. So I think there's a balance between continuing to work through both of those. I think those go hand in hand. I don't think those are separate.
On the extension piece, and I won't ask about it later, but have they told you they will not be offering you an extension?
I'm not going to speak on anything else about the extension stuff. That's the one all I'm going to say is what I said.
Walker, last year, defensive rebounding really kicked up for you. Seemed to be a combination of both physical technique things and then also just a drive to go get it. But talk a little bit about your rebounding last year and how that improved.
Yeah, I think like you said, obviously a lot of it comes from physicality and just physical development, but a lot of it's technique, a lot of it's positioning, and a lot of it is just having a mentality to go after every ball and working on grip strength and not letting anyone take that ball. Hi, Walker.
Excuse me. To have spent time in the locker room with you during some trying times, you have this wonderful ability to be calming
you have a good sense of humor.
I appreciate that.
You tend to say the right things. You have leadership in you. Have you always been like that, and can you get even better at that?
Yeah, that's a great question. For me, I had a pretty good role model to look at. I mean, it all started with my dad and my older brother. You know, they helped me with a lot of things and how they led or how my dad led the family. Is, you know, what I try to model, you know, my leadership style after. And even my rookie year, you know, guys like, you know, Mike Conley on the team, watching how he led, you know, I've definitely tried to take that and run with it.
Walker, when you think about Taylor returning to action this year and then Ace coming in, do you kind of get excited about what you guys could do defensively in terms of having other guys to help you protect the rim?
Yeah, very excited. You know, both those guys have been working hard. Obviously very excited for Taylor's return, you know, after a hard injury like that. You know, I know he's going to do well. I know Ace is going to do well. So I'm excited to see them both.
What do you think that you can learn from guys like Yusuf, Nurkic, or Kevin Love?
Well, I mean, those two have been unbelievable bigs in this league. You know, talk about rebounding. I mean, Kevin Love's numbers are insane. But yeah, you know, I think I can learn a lot from both of them. You know, Nurkic has great touch around the rim. He plays with a lot of great physicality. Obviously, Kevin Love has great touch, and you know, they're both very skilled, but they also play with a lot of physicality, and I think that I can learn a lot just from that aspect.
We asked Will what he wants to see different defensively this year, and he mentioned everybody, but mentioned you in particular as someone he wants to see another step from. What does that step look like for you in terms of getting better defensively?
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of it comes from positioning, you know, getting to spots earlier, I think is what he's, you know, trying to speak to, you know, and just continuing to communicate with guys and just committing to being everywhere on the floor that I possibly can be.
What do you think the personality of this team is going to be different from last year?
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously we were pretty young last year, but we're going to be young this year again. But I think the biggest personality, not necessarily changed, because I think we had it last year as well, is just playing with effort, playing with energy, and continuing to try and learn, you know, in every step of the way.
Walker, with whatever frustration that you might be feeling with the contract stuff, is it difficult or easy, or I don't know, what is it like to maybe separate the decisions of ownership in the front office from what you're feeling with your teammates and Will?
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, I'm just gonna not worry about it during the season. You know, I'm gonna let my agent do what he does best, and I'm just gonna focus on playing with energy and effort and trying to win, and you know, playing for my teammates, my coaches. Yeah, continue to do that.
All right, thanks, Walk. Appreciate
Awesome,
your time.
thank you.
All right, everyone, we have Kyle Anderson here for you, so we'll start questions over here.
Hey, Kyle, you've been in the league for a little bit. A lot of these guys on this team haven't. What kind of leadership do you think you can provide, and what's it like being around this youth movement?
I think just in the game of basketball, communication is big, talking, off the court as well. So that's just what I kind of bring to the table. It's just always how I've approached the game is, good communication with my teammates, having a high IQ out there. So, I don't want to come in and, step on anybody's toes or come in and try to be the leader of the team or anything like that, but just, making sure I'm on the same page with guys. Off the court, I think, camaraderie and bonding and communication, again, is big. And so that's just kind of what I bring.
Kyle, how does it feel to be back with Will? And what has that relationship been like over the past few years?
Yeah, it was awesome. We both kind of came in the league together. I think him probably being a few years ahead of me, but, we were both young in this league, him on the coaching side, me on the playing side. And was always a guy that I could rely on in San Antonio, whether it was to come to the gym with me and get some work in, or I can ask him about the other team and he would have a good insight on it. So definitely a basketball mind that I've always respected and a person that I've always enjoyed being around.
Hi, Kyle. Sarah Todd,
Hey,
Deseret
Sarah.
News. This might be a weird question after 11 years in the league, but is it weird to be called slow?
No, not to me. I feel like I'm moving fast. So. But no, I think some people think I take offense to it, and I've had the nickname since 9 or 10 years old, and some of my favorite players growing up that I'm in this league with today, or that I've played in the league with, they know me as Slow Mo, and when I've met them, oh, Slow Mo. So I've enjoyed the nickname, but I don't take any offense to it.
And then secondly, what have your impressions kind of been of some of these young guys on this team from just seeing them from the outside looking in the last few years?
I've always thought they've had something really good going on over here, and every time you play Utah, this regardless of their record or position in the standings, they've always played hard. They've given you a good game. The fans have supported them. So some really good players over here, some really good young guys. Like I'm excited for this opportunity. Like it's going to be a lot of fun.
You played with Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley in Minnesota, and obviously we know them well here in Utah.
Yeah.
Did you stay in touch with them, first of all, and second, what do you know about Utah and playing here generally?
Yes, I do stay in touch with those guys. Mike and Rudy, great friends. Like you said, we were teammates, but those are guys who I can, consider great friends, and I'm happy I crossed paths with them. And as far as Utah, I don't know much about it. I'm an East Coast kid. Like this is all foreign to me. Like I grew up in a city where there's a lot of hustle and bustle and a lot of people, a lot of traffic, things like that. So I'm excited to get to know Utah. In my past, I didn't know Memphis too well. I didn't know Minnesota too well, and I grew to love those places, both of them. So I'm excited to, get to see the city and learn more about it.
What do you see as kind of your role on the court with this team, especially with all the young guys and everyone looking for an opportunity?
I don't know. I guess that's what training camp is about, huh? All I know is I can be myself and be the guy that I've been in this league, and whatever happens after that is out of my hands. But I've just done my work all summer to put myself in a position to get minutes and help this team, and obviously as a player you hope it goes that way, and I felt I've done a good job this summer preparing. Looking forward to having a good camp, and looking forward to being in the rotation. Who doesn't want to be in the rotation?
Where do you think you excel? I mean, what makes you different and stand out? What can you bring to the team?
I think I have just a little bit experience. Like I've said, this is my 12th season coming up, so a little bit experience. I've been around the block a little bit. I think I understand in this league you can't get too high, you can't get too low. So whether you're playing well, you can't let that get to you, and also vice versa if you're not playing as well as you want to. kind of get back to your roots and good habits, and just, I'm going to bring to this team what I've brought to every other team. And I think I'm a high IQ player. I think I make good decisions out there. I think in the past I've played well with young guys and young stars coming into this league, Ja, Ant Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, Nas, guys like that. So I'm excited for this opportunity.
All right. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate
Cool.
you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, guys.
right, everyone, we have Svi Mykhailiuk here, so please raise your hand if you have a question.
Hey, Svi. Just heading into year two, how much more settled and comfortable do you feel within the city and just the organization overall?
Pretty settled with everything. I feel like this is my first time since I would say Detroit 5 years ago when I go to the same team in the second year. So yeah, it feels great to be back. Great organization. It was great playing here. I love the city, love the team. So yeah, it's be very happy to be back.
Talking to Will or Austin, do you know kind of what your role is going to be this upcoming season?
Honestly, don't know because I mean, I haven't started training camp yet, so I honestly have no clue. But I mean, whenever training camp starts, and we'll see during the training camp.
Svi, what's it been like assimilating some of the newer guys like Yusuf and Kyle, and how excited are you to play with? You know, there are some veterans on this team to go along with this youth movement. How do you feel about the influx of new blood into the team?
I feel great. Those guys been in the league for a long time. Really good players. Been to playoffs, so they have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, and it'll definitely help younger players to see how they play, what they do right, what they do wrong, where they trying to put their perspective, and you know, just coach and teach. But both of them, great players. Kevin Lowe as well. He's been, you know, one of the greats. So yeah, it's been great for not just young, but for everybody. Just learn from them and see how they help the team.
Obviously, there's a lot of talk about how guys like you and the veterans can help the young guys, but how do the young guys help push you?
I would say go hard every time. I feel like if everybody engaged in practices and games and everybody doing the right thing and everybody trying to push both each other, I feel like it should be great for as the veterans and the young players.
We're good? Okay, cool. Thanks, Svi.
Thank you.
years.
After what you did in Summer League and what's happened with the team, how does this season feel different for you than maybe the last couple?
For me personally, I think, there's a different level of confidence and understanding, what needs to happen for me and for the team. I think Summer League was a big boost for me in terms of, really, even though it's obviously different than the real game, just like breaking it down and seeing what I can really do as, a shooter and, as other things as my role is going to expand a little bit this year. So I think it was important for me and, the confidence and understanding piece as well, just like knowing what I'm getting into this year since I've been through it, 1.5 times. And, I'm excited for it.
Speaking of that Summer League, what is kind of the process of carrying over those performances into the regular season?
Yeah, I think, obviously Summer League is different than the real season. I think, I have used it as a confidence booster though, in terms of what needs to be done this year for me. So I feel like, the biggest part for me has been, the work in between there and now. So, I've been working my tail off and I think, it's going to pay off just because of, the attention to detail that's been there in my workouts and how I've been envisioning it. So, I'm excited to see how, things play out.
Bryce, you mentioned kind of an expanded role this season. What kind of have talks been like with whether it's Will or Austin or whoever, or what are you expecting for your role to actually turn into this season?
Yeah, obviously in the past, it's kind of been on and off with me in terms of, DMPs or, time in the G League in my first 2 years. So I feel like this year is just, time for me to kind of solidify myself, as an NBA player, undeniably. So, it's a, big time for me, big year for me. And I'm just looking to capitalize on, any kind of opportunity that comes my way. So yeah, that's basically it.
Bryce, a couple things. First, what's it like having Taylor back on the court? Is he just ecstatic? You guys just so excited to play together finally again?
Absolutely, man. We spent a lot of time together this summer, and I can tell and see how excited he is just to be back. There's like little things that, I've kind of just like took for granted or looked past, not necessarily took for granted, but kind of like overlooked that, when I pay attention to him, I can see that he's really taking it in. So, yeah, it's going to be amazing to have him back on the court. So, yeah, excited to play with him. And I think, he's looked extremely well, in our workouts, since he's been cleared. And we've been playing a lot of pickup. So, he's been moving really well, and he's been playing very well. So I'm excited for him.
And it's kind of hard to believe in your third year, but you're one of the leaders in the backcourt there. What did you take from playing with Colin and Jordan and even John Collins last few years that you can take into your leadership role?
Yeah, I think guys like those guys you mentioned, just the work ethic, that they have, and even someone like Colin, like the attention to detail that he has, and how seriously he takes being a professional. I think it kind of rubbed off on me, just to kind of see, especially, in my first few moments, like that first training camp for me when we were in Hawaii, just to see those guys go at it and really understand what it means to be a professional and to be in the NBA. So, I think that was really eye-opening for me, and, now I can, carry on that legacy that we have now to, our last couple classes of rookies. So,
Bryce, when Will was in, talked about how important, the emphasis on defense is going to be this year for the whole team. Just in your time playing in the league and guarding guys, with really a ton of talent. What do you, what confidence have you gained that you can be a really good defender in this league?
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest focal point for me right now. I think I shot the ball pretty well last season, and becoming a two-way kind of 3-and-D type of guy is something that I'm looking forward to doing, something that I need to do. So I think, a lot of my work this summer has been catered towards that. I think I, showed a little bit in summer league, just how I'm kind of improving in that essence of the game. So, I think, as this preseason rolls in and, training camp first, I think, taking steps in training camp is very important as well, in terms of my momentum once the season rolls around. But, it's something that's incredibly important for me. And I think, for the trajectory of my career, I feel like it's something that I need to, crack down on. So it's going to happen.
Keyonte took you guys to Dallas, it sounds like. What was that trip like, and kind of what did you guys learn about each other?
Yeah, it was a bunch of fun, man. We basically spent, 4 or 5 days just with each other all day, working out. We had a great facility, weight room and court. So we went to a concert. We went to, we watched football games together. So it was kind of just, a big way that, we could build chemistry, with the guys who showed up and even with the guys who didn't, they were asking about it. And I think it was big for us. And I think it's something that we should continue doing in the future, just because of how impactful it was to the people who were there. And, we really, looking past it, it was only 4 days, but, it gives you a different, type of connection with those guys, just because we're, in those places together. And but I think it was really important. I think, we should continue doing that for sure.
Bryce, you mentioned playing a lot of pickup games and obviously being around the guys in that trip. Who are some of your teammates that have stood out or impressed in those runs?
Yeah, like I said, Taylor has been playing really well. Coming back from his injury, and things like that. He's been full speed, looking really well. And another guy that, has stuck out to me a lot is EJ. EJ Harkless has been playing really well, and the type of person he is, he fits with us really well, whether he's on a two-way or, whatever, his future holds. He's a guy that, we could really, really use, just because of his tenacity and also his offensive, skill set. So he stood out to me a lot. But, everybody's been playing well, like Walter, Ace, Keyonte. Really everybody's been, making strides in the right direction. So, I think it's going to be a fun year.
Bryce, what concert did you guys go to?
We went to a Young Boy concert. Yeah.
And then you mentioned the attention to detail and how you've been working your tail off between summer league and now. Mm-hmm. What has been the focus during that time?
Just really catering my workouts towards the game, what I'm really gonna do in the game, and spending a little bit of time expanding my game as well. But like I said, the defense portion of it, working, getting stops, help defense, stuff like that, and then just picking up where I left off last season in terms of my offensive game. So I'm excited for it to translate because I know it will, God willing. So yeah, it should be a fun season, like I said.
You're really good. All right, thanks, Bryce. Appreciate you. Yeah. question, raise your hand.
Hey Kyle, how's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Kind of after your summer league performance and what you were able to accomplish there, are you expecting kind of your role or anything on this team to change or expand?
I'm definitely expecting, just with the work I put in this summer and kind of the results that have been seen, especially with the moves that the front office has made in the offseason too, with the team being a little different this year. I'm definitely expecting to step up a little bit more and take more of a, take more of a responsibility for some things, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm ready for that, I believe, and I'm kind of just, seeing where the start of the season takes us.
Along those lines, Will told us that he told you guys that no one's going to come to save you. This is your team, essentially. What does that do for you guys, just as a preparatory, like, hey, the summer, let's go and do this? Like, what does that what motivation does that bring you to hear that?
Yeah, I mean, well, for one, let me just say, I don't really think that this has happened across any other team in the league, and if so, maybe one or two teams where the young guys are really getting this opportunity to step up and, just getting thrown into the fire. And, while that can be a little scary at times, you may think, just because of how young we are still, I think it's great for all of us to, start now and be thrown in that fire, learn from all these things. And I think it'll definitely help us have more respect for ourselves and, have to do this on a daily basis and really learn to be professionals and how to approach this every day like professionals. And there's no time really to sit back and kind of flow into things. You gotta keep learning on the go, and I think it'll really bring out the best of ourselves this year.
Kyle, can you even compare where you were at this point last year going into camp this year? I see you feel like a seasoned vet now compared to last year, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, last year I felt like a puppy out on the street. Just a little nervous, a lot nervous. Scared, of course, just not really sure what to expect, but it's crazy what a year of experience can do for you, and everything that I went through last year, all the bumps and bruises, all the learning curves, I truly believe they were all for a specific reason, and that's to help me grow into the best version of myself. And I think now where I am this year, I can definitely keep taking steps forward into improving myself and having the team improve as a whole.
And then how much are you looking forward to working with a guy like Kevin Love, who's been through everything in the NBA and, kind of plays somewhat the same position as you? How much forward are you looking to working with him?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to working with Kevin Love a lot. He was one of my favorite players growing up, actually. And so it's kind of just like a full circle moment for me in my life. And I remember in 4th grade, I was getting nicknamed K-Love just because I was more of the, spot up shooter, sort of thing. And it's kind of just really surreal to have the opportunity now to learn from him and work with him every day. And I'm looking forward to, just learning whatever I can from him.
You talked about how you've made some improvements. Your game's come a long way. What are those next steps? You said you're ready to take those next steps. What are they?
Yeah, I definitely think one of those things is, like I said, just how I approach every day and having that professional mindset, because it is a long season and you definitely have to mentally prepare for that. So I think kind of just doing that the right way, and my body may not be feeling the best every day, but what can I still get out of each and every day? And then on the court too, just trying to be more vocal, trying to be more a leader on the court, be a two-way player offensively and defensively where I can be relied on and I can hold my own on each end of the floor where I'm just being as efficient as I can be for the team.
Good. Thanks, Flip. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Coach Niang, everyone. Raise your hand if you have a question. Start right here.
Hey, George, welcome back.
Good to be back.
Yeah, just take us through. What was your reaction to coming back to Utah?
Well, obviously, getting traded a bunch of times was a unique scenario, but coming back to a situation in a state, in an organization that I'm familiar with, obviously I couldn't be happier, right? I'm familiar, obviously, with Ryan Smith. I've known the Angels for a while with growing up in the Massachusetts area, and coming back to a situation where, there's a lot of opportunity for growth and development. I mean, this is a unique situation, but obviously something that I feel fit, for me, moving forward.
What was it like playing for Quinn outside of Utah?
It was, Quinn is Quinn, right? And obviously, he has the time to, I don't want to say change his coaching style, but maybe his demeanor. It was awesome to kind of be reconnected with someone that you're familiar with, kind of like this situation. I think, Quinn is running his stuff down there in Atlanta and doing what he does, and it was really good to be, kind of re-intertwined, and then you go down there and I'm just looking in the distance thinking about all the memories and good times that we had here in Utah and how much fun we had winning, and it was awesome. It was a good.
I kind of want to ask the flip side of that.
Okay,
Now you're in Utah without Quinn and then new coaching staff, and what do you anticipate this is going to be like? And talking to Austin and Danny and maybe Will, like, what changes for you compared to last time?
I think the first time I was here, I was a young guy, right? I was fighting and clawing every day to make an opportunity of whatever was given to me. And now, obviously, I'm an older veteran guy. I think being back in Utah and being familiar with this area and these people obviously helps because, I never wanted to leave this place. It was home for me for 4 years. It was an awesome experience. And then, reverting back to where I've had experiences in, Cleveland, Philly. I'm trying to remember all the places I've touched, especially this summer. But no, it's, having honest conversations with them, with coming in and playing your role, and obviously, being a mentor, teaching the young guys, but still going out there competing and winning every single day, and whether that's in a game or practice. I think the biggest thing at this point is when you're an older guy, you want to lead with your actions. Nobody wants to look at you, and I think as the young kids say, like, unk or whatever, nobody wants to look at you and be like, this guy talks too much. So I know I talk a lot, so my actions are going to have to back that up.
George, first of all, when should we expect to see you on the court? I know you're going to be reevaluated in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. I'll be reevaluated. You'll see me out there. I'll be waving a towel.
And then when you walk into this building and you walk, just put on the uniform again, what is that like? What comes through your mind? I mean, this place gave you your start. You wouldn't be where you are today if it wasn't for this place, right?
No, I mean, I'm super grateful to this, state, to this organization. So many great memories that I had here. Like I said, I still love being in Utah. It's I'm just sitting back and thinking about all the memories and good things that have happened to me here. I'm forever grateful for the opportunity, and I'm super excited to get back here and continue to build with, such great fans, such great organization. The state of Utah is beautiful. I almost don't get mad when people try and make fun of it because I'm like, I like my space out here, so you don't have to come out here.
You talked a little bit about your role, maybe as a mentor, but on court, what do you think that you'll be able to offer this year?
Yeah, that thing that I do, shoot 3-pointers. Yeah, I think that's, you don't try and learn new tricks when you're an old dog, right? So I think the biggest thing for me is continue to be a floor spacer, kind of a steady mind on the court, whether through playing the right way. I was telling someone the other day, it didn't matter who Will Hardy had for players the last couple of years playing against them. He just is so good with player movement, body movement, ball movement. It's so tough to guard no matter who's in the jersey out there. So I'm super excited to kind of be a part of that. But I think the biggest thing for me is making and taking open shots and creating for others and kind of, steering the ship when sometimes it gets too far right or too far left.
George, welcome back. Your Your time here obviously did some G League stuff, worked your way in. Going to be around a lot of young players. What are some things you can do to help these young guys? And then also just your thoughts on the new guys this year that from what you've seen.
Yeah. So the first part of your question, right? This, like anything in life, if you want to be successful, it's every day. You know, if you can show up every day and work hard, I've said this before, I feel like you can probably outlast a lot of people in this world, in this league. But I think the biggest thing is there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. Everybody has their own unique journey in this NBA or professional grind. So if you can continue to just show up and be your best true self and put a smile on your face, you're going to last a long time. Because if you asked a bunch of people that, you know, worked in the NBA if I was going to be here 10 years ago, they probably would have told you you're dreaming. So I'm living proof. No, but I've been super impressed with these young guys, and credit to them, they've been here all summer. You know, I've popped in and out just because I enjoy, you know, Utah in the summer, and I still have friends here. And every time I'd pop in, these guys would be in here, whether if it's doing the 3-minute run or doing conditioning at University of Utah. They've been in here constantly, and I'm super excited to see them grow because I think we have a good, special young core group, and the sky's the limit. But like I said, it's on them. It's every single day, and I'm here to help and be a part of that. But how bad do they want it? And I think I saw this summer they want it pretty bad.
George, one of the things that Austin and Will talked to us about was their belief that they want things to be hard for these young guys. They want them to have to really earn their spot. And you talked about kind of scratching and clawing to make your way. I'm wondering what you can kind of help teach them about really earning their place in the NBA.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about things being difficult and not easy, you know, you look at a lot of people's NBA journey, right, where a lot of people think they're on the down and out, and you kind of fight and claw. And I feel like as a young guy, I may be being, you know, dramatic, but it's almost like you do anything to get an opportunity, right? Like, so almost treat every day as if you're fighting to get oxygen, right? Like, that's how bad you have to want it. And I think in this league, it's so competitive, and it's an every single day thing. And when you're a young team, opportunities aren't just really given, right? You need to earn them. And I think at this point, you need to look at every single day like, I'm going into every day like this is the only thing that matters. And there's going to be some guys that do that, and then there's going to be some guys that don't. And that's where the separation comes. And it's really going to come down to who's going to be willing to do the extra thing to fight for that oxygen or fight for that opportunity, fight for that playing time over the course of a year. And it really sticks out. And I'm sure you guys will write some good articles about people, and kind of goes from there. But I think those guys have gotten a good start on it, right? Spending all summer here and working and grinding and really earning their keep to be like, this is where I want to be. I think that speaks volumes to who they are and their character, and I'm super excited to see who makes it happen.
Kind of on that, like, you were a second-round pick fighting for your life, you know, from the beginning. Now the Jazz have 7 first-round picks that have come in, you know, and kind of you're supposed to be in the NBA and you're supposed to produce at a high level. What can you kind of, from your experience, having fought for that, kind of teach them, given that they are coming from a different perspective?
Yeah, I mean, just because you're a first-round pick doesn't mean that, you know, you're going to be given an equal opportunity. Like, I wish I could say it, but the NBA isn't really a democracy, right? It's not, you know, there is an equal opportunity. You're out here, you know, fighting every single day. And I think the best advice that I'd give to a young guy is this is every day. Like, you know, your back may hurt, your foot may hurt, you know, knock on wood, but, you know, you got to show up every day and attack every day and try and win everything that you do. I think the thing that takes people over the top is their competitive edge. Like, the best players in this league are the most competitive, and they're relentless with their competitiveness, whether if it's their treatment times, their on the court work, their in the weight room work. It's every single day. There's no such thing as, oh, I'm tired, I want a day off. Like, when I was in Cleveland, someone gave the best quote ever. A young guy was saying to LeBron, like, oh, I'm tired. And LeBron's like, I've been tired for 15 years, and that's just how this works, right? Is you don't have time to look at be tired. If you want to be great, it's every single day. And a lot of guys have a lot of natural talent, and imagine if you tie that in with relentless work every single day, the sky's the limit.
Last one right here.
You mentioned Cleveland, and you talked a bit about, being with Quinn and then coming back here and just like the full circle thing. But like, it seems like every stop has like somehow you've already had a connection or been connected. It's just like, that's not usual in the NBA.
Yeah, maybe people let me go and want to hang out with me a little more after. No, I just think it's the business of the NBA, right? This is a carousel or musical chairs, or you just never know where you're going to land. And honestly, being back here kind of makes me think of my good buddy, Joe Ingles, because, as much as he would pick on me or, torture me a little bit, he'd also give some sound advice. And I just will never forget where, I was kind of a little emotional 24-year-old, and he was like, never burn any bridges, because life is long and you never know who knows who. And I'm so glad that I took that advice to heart, because I've come back to a lot of familiar faces that I've had to see, and I'm glad that we all still get along.
All right, George,
all right, perfect. Thank you, guys.
Your time, yeah. Cody Williams, raise your hand. Start over here.
Hey, Cody. Just coming out of Summer League and the preparation for training camp in this season, what have been some of your areas of focus in your game?
I think just the mentality to give 110% effort, every time I step on the court. So I feel like that's something you can control no matter what. Obviously, shot consistency and just, really attacking the defensive end, just because I feel like I'm gifted on that end, and that's where I can, make immediate impact. So for me, it's kind of just, coming out with that motor every single game, which is hard playing 82 games in a season, but, something you want to do if you want to be great.
What have you been doing this summer, and where have you been working out and playing? Who have you been taking advice from to get to that next level?
I got to hang out with my brother for a little bit, about 2 or 3 weeks in Arizona. So, I got to kind of pick his brain about, just about life, about, preparations for winning a championship, the things they did every day to, get to that point. Got to work out with them. He kind of showed me how to use my body better, driving to the hole, or, just kind of little tips on defense. So, I feel like it's very rare where you get to live, related to an NBA champ. You get to live with him and kind of pick his brain. So I took full advantage of that.
Like, it's obvious that would be a good thing to have a brother like that, but is there times that's overwhelming to be like almost living in his shadow or something like that? Like, do you understand what I'm asking a little bit?
No, yeah, I don't think I'm living in his shadow at all. I'm extremely happy for him, and for me, it's kind of, he set the blueprint for me to follow. So, he showed me what it takes to be an NBA champ, which is something, everyone in this organization, team, wants to be a champion. So, I'm extremely blessed to have him in my life, and, I'm taking everything that he's teaching me and I'm applying it to myself. And, hopefully one day I can get there and be a champ too.
What do you think you got better at this summer?
I think one of the biggest ones is obviously my body. I just feel a lot stronger and more balanced on the court. And I really worked on basically a lot of areas of my game. Ball handling feels better, shooting feels way better. I feel way more quick and explosive going to the basket. I feel quicker on defense. I feel like I'm able to navigate screens better. Even playing Summer League, the game slowed down a bunch for me. So I feel like there's a bunch of little areas that I improved on just, being here this summer, working out and playing.
we've heard from Keyonte and Bryce about the trip to Dallas. First of all, did you go on that, or were you in Arizona?
No, I didn't make that trip. No, I pulled my hip flexor right before.
Oh, okay, gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha, okay.
I'm all good now, but it was
Okay,
yeah, right
good to
before
know.
that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that now. Like,
Yeah.
first of all, are you okay?
No, we're good.
Like, it seems like those guys have been working out together a lot here and kind of getting some camaraderie and getting better together. You're kind of part of that. You show that in Summer League as well. But, like, how does it help to have kind of a group go through this together?
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of essential if you want to, if we want to go where we want to go. I think if you don't have a close team, if you don't have good camaraderie, if you're not, close with the guys you're spending every day with, working out, busting your tails, I feel like, there's no way you can be a great team. So I think the good thing about our team is it just comes so naturally. Like, we don't have to force any of the chemistry. We don't have to force, acting like we like each other. Like, we all generally like each other and like spending time, on and off the court. So I feel like that's going to really translate to the game, and it's going to help us even more.
You talked about improving your body. How do you improve the mental part of your game? What are steps that you can take to improve, that part of basketball?
Well, I think one, we got great resources, like Dr. Ron and Craig really help us with the mental performance side. So, first of all, we've been getting, tons of lessons, and they've been kind of teaching us on how to approach the game in the mental aspect. And then also I just ask questions, I talk to the coaches, ask them, talk to AB, because he was in the NBA for a long time. So, he was one of the greatest defenders, when he was in the league. So I feel like being able to kind of pick his brain and see how he attacked the game mentally and how he prepared is, kind of one way that I prepare for it. Also, talk to Jalen a bunch. He felt every emotion during that playoff run, so I kind of got to ask him how he dealt with it, because, I'm sure being in your first finals is probably one of the most nerve-wracking experiences you could feel playing basketball. So, just really picking those guys' brains about how they approach the mental side of the game.
Cody, how do you feel like this team needs to approach defense this year?
I think really trying to impose our will defensively. That's been a big emphasis this summer, especially trying to be more physical, especially because we're a young, fast team, being physical, playing fast, and, kind of throwing the first punch is that mentality. Not, especially we're going to be the younger team, not letting guys push us around, really try and go out there and, dictate with our defense. So that's kind of been a big focus point for us this summer.
Good. All right. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time. Questions for Isaiah Collier, please raise your hand. Start here.
Good, how you doing?
Good. Where was the kind of biggest emphasis in your work this summer?
I think it started with just getting in the best shape I could possibly get in. I think early summer I really wasn't in the best shape, honestly. But I think the second part of the summer is where I really made that an emphasis. I think I'm in a very, good shape right now. So, I'm super excited, to start the season, and just, show what I'm capable of.
Is there any special significance to changing the number to 8?
honestly just like it better. My mom's favorite player was Kobe, so I mean I think that's the reason why.
So you want to show something this year? What do you want to show?
That I'm capable of, just being a point guard in this league, honestly. I don't think it's anything really just like particular in general. I think there's always, room for improvement, of course. So, I mean, it's just going out there competing, just being a better version of myself this year than I was last year. So, I mean, it's just stacking days, trying to put, just taking a day at a time, and just being me.
Isaiah, last year obviously found some success, particularly passing the basketball. Question is, when did the game start to slow down for you? What part of the year? Because I know at the beginning everything's going really fast, but when did it slow down for you?
I'll definitely say around like January, honestly. The game really slowed down around that time. It was just, more reps. I think that's what it's all about, just being in the NBA. Is reps is a real thing. So, I mean, when you definitely get the experience, I think you could build from it. And then, like you said, the game really slowed down for me. So, yeah.
Will talk to us a little bit about how the ball pressure and defense this season just has to be better. I think what he said to us was enough is enough.
Yeah.
How do you feel like you can approach defensive differently?
I mean, honestly, it's just, like I said, just being, in the best shape, honestly. I think that's really a conditioning thing for, us as a team. I think we have an advantage just being here in Utah, honestly. So, it's just competing and, just being willing to, sit there and guard every single possession.
Where do you feel like your shot is, and what did you do to kind of improve that this summer?
I feel like it's great where it's at right now, honestly. It was more so it's just, reps and confidence. So, I feel like the second part of my summer, I built on that a lot. And, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Hi, Isaiah. Welcome back. We've heard a ton today about the camaraderie with this group, the way you guys are picking each other up and the chemistry that's developing. That can only translate to good things on the floor. How long do you think that'll take until it just turns into this fluid movement of guys out there on the court?
It's definitely going to take time for sure. Especially, with everybody just starting around to be around each other. I think the younger guys, we was more so around each other all summer. So, it could definitely be, kind of different, than it is with everybody else right now. But, I think, it's going to be feed off energy. Training camp starts tomorrow. I think that's definitely where it's going to start at. So it's just, it's building on, different days, taking it a day at a time. So it should be super exciting. I think everybody's going to really, gel together. I feel like, there's great personalities in the locker room, so it should be fun.
Isaiah, how excited are you to go from high school opponents to now teammates with Ace?
It's crazy for sure. Definitely just seeing, his growth from high school to now. It's been a huge jump. I think Ace is going to be really special in this league, honestly. So, it should be fun. I'm super excited to play with him. And, yeah.
Everyone good? Thanks, Isaiah. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate y'all.
questions right here.
Hey, Elijah.
How you doing?
We heard about the trip down to Dallas with some of the guys, and I'm just kind of wondering what that was like for you, what it meant for you, and kind of how that can help you guys as a team.
It was pretty cool to have us kind of create our own energy, our own everything. With the trip, Keyonte put it on for us, so it's kind of player led. It was kind of our first thing to kind of like have the kids do big boy things, so it's kind of pretty cool to do that with everybody. It just brought us together, more together, and we had to do everything ourselves, so it was nice.
How's it been to have a summer here and some continuity here and getting into training camp here and all that kind of stuff?
It's been really nice, man. The more that we were all together, the closer we became, obviously with time. So I feel much more comfortable after doing the summer here. So I'm super excited for, what the future brings.
We asked Will about how you guys can improve the defense as a team next year, and he said, wants to improve the defensive perimeter, ball pressure, and those sorts of things. That's obviously something you're known for. And do you think you can kind of help set the tone with regards to that?
Yeah, no doubt. That's kind of why they brought me here. That's a gift, a talent that I possess that a lot of people struggle with. So I'm more than glad to help the team out with that aspect, and they do their part, and we keep building.
After having spent so much time with the guys this summer, I'm just curious, what has kind of stood out to you about their improvement?
Just their every day. I'm not gonna lie, they gave us a pretty rigorous schedule this summer. Each and every day everybody came in with good energy, new mindset, get better each and every day, putting, a penny in the penny bank every day. So this summer, just to see the finished product going into the season.
Everybody good? All right, thanks, Elijah. Appreciate you. Questions for Oscar Tshiebwe. We'll get started right here.
Hey, Oscar. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. First question, why'd you take the hat off?
Can I have back on again? Every day's to get it.
Not yet.
She saw that, but I had a good haircut, so I wanted just to I look good anyway.
How was the summer, and kind of what did you work on when it comes to your game, and what else did you do this summer?
Well, my summer was most focusing on learning more plays, be able to, the thing that I struggled with the most last year is to react a little bit fast. This thing, I was working on it, and I work on my shot too. I was working on my shot, passing, everything, obviously rebound. I was working on that too. It's getting better, so I'm excited. We're about to start it.
So where did you spend most of your summer, and where did you like work out?
I spent most of my summer here. I was here working out and training because I feel like if I want to learn more, and I'm going to be here, so I had to be here to make sure I keep learning since I'm going to be here and the team is going to need me.
Oscar, just how much more comfortable do you feel with the organization and the city heading into your second season?
I feel good. I feel good. Thank God to be here. The organization, everybody showed me much love, and I love being here. I can't wait for us to start again. Keep improving, keep doing the best. That's what life is all about, is progressing every day, work harder.
Since you've been here this summer, I got to ask kind of what your impression has been of Ace and Walt and John, the young guys coming in. What have you seen out of them?
Well, I love the energy. Ace is good. That kid is really doing great. Bringing a lot of energy. Walt is doing great. I got John. The boy cannot stop running. He's always running. Walt was good. I love his leadership as a young too. He can step up and do a lot of things. He was even helping me. I said, wow, I thought I'm the one who's gonna try to help you, but he's helping me now. He was good, especially when he has had a lot of experience coming from winning team, and so I had to learn from him too. So Ace is doing good. He's learning. He's doing amazing, helping the team. Funny. He's a very funny kid. I love being around him. I just told him, man, I love being around you, but that boy just all over the place, love, mess around, play with the energy. We love his energy as a young boy coming in.
Oscar, obviously a huge part of defense in the NBA is ball screen for you, kind of managing those situations. How much more comfortable are you becoming with reps and those sorts of things, with the terminology and how those things should be guarded?
I spent a lot of time this year working on my footwork, defense, and everything. I feel like this year going to be great since I've been in the NBA now. I'm going my third year. I learned that you got to be able, especially me, I'm not big. I got to be able maybe to switch sometimes. But if I'm going to be up a while and retreat, so I got to make sure I don't let the big man beat me behind. But I got to, one thing I learned the most, I got to be more loud. I don't know. Sometimes my voice is so low. I wish I was more loud, and coach is always, Oscar, scream. I say, oh, coach, I'm trying. This is one thing I spend more time working on my voice this summer too, because they can help a lot. Let God know the screen is coming. If I'm not very loud, they get hit on the screen and I'm late. So working on that, and my feet is getting better, moving a lot better. I'm just so excited to show what I've been working on again this summer.
I'm just curious, how do you work on your voice?
You guys start singing aloud. A little bit singing, maybe go in the choir in the church, working on that. No, I'm just screaming. Sometimes in the practice, everything we do, just screaming. Even if just individual coach is training you, maybe sometimes just screaming, because if you get comfortable out there, whenever you're training, you're going to be comfortable in the game too. So I'm training on that. Everybody say, you got a big body, but the voice, you like Mike Tyson. I say, people always say that. I say, no, if that's what God wanted me to be, I'll be. But this is the work. I know anything is possible. I can working on it and get better. So I'm working on it, and I'll do better this year.
All right, Oscar. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
The Warriors have
themselves right here.
All right.
All right, everyone, we have John Tanjay for you, so if you have a question, we'll get rolling. Somebody want to start?
Now, after, I know it was just kind of a shortened summer league for you, but now that you've been here the last few months, what have you tried to focus on over the offseason, and what are you kind of excited to show?
Yeah, my focus this summer has just been simply getting better. It's been great to be in the gym with these guys and the coaches, and just be learning, open-minded. I know I'm one of the oldest rookies coming in, but I'm just curious as the younger guys.
What have been your impressions of Utah as you've had more time to settle into the city?
I love it. I mean, I'm someone that loves to get outside, so I've definitely taken advantage of the summer weather. I know it's going to change here soon, but I've been out to explore a little bit, and we went on a couple hikes. A little bit of biking, so it's been a good experience this summer.
Kind of along those lines, how has the team kind of welcomed you in? What have you kind of done with them outside the just basketball?
Yeah, it's been great to, with guys coming in and out of the summer, just get to know everyone individually. We've done things. We went down to Texas for a small mini camp with the guys. So we've done a couple things here and there, and the team hike we did, just small little things that add up.
Oscar was just in here, and he said that he was like, John won't stop running. He's just always running. Is that, do you feel like is it you working on conditioning, or are you just going a lot more than he is?
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to be in, the best shape as possible. Season coming up, don't know what to expect, but just want to be ready.
And I don't think that we talked to you after the two-way deal was made official, and so I'm just wondering what that moment meant for you, and to kind of officially be a part of the team.
Yeah, it was a blessing. It was a surreal moment just to finally sign something that means that I'm affiliated with the NBA. It's just a dream come true. So, yeah. In the NBA, yeah. However you want to put it. Happy to be here.
Anybody else? Everyone good? Thanks, John. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll start with a question over here.
Hey, man. Eric Sparopoulos, UtahJazz.com. What are you hoping to just kind of prove or showcase during training camp?
Just showcase that I'm a player that can affect the game in different ways, most importantly on the defensive end, and just showcasing my ability.
Thank you.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. So the kind of report came out that you signed with the team right after the draft, but obviously we didn't see it summer league. What's your summer been like? What happened?
Just been rehabbing from surgery. I had surgery right after the season, so just been trying to get my body back healthy. I'm ready to go.
But did you know you were going to be here?
Yes.
All right, Matt. Oh, right here.
What did you like about the opportunity here, choosing that, I guess right after the draft?
A bunch of young guys that I can learn from, guys that, are similar in age, and just coming into a situation that I know I can grow in. And, brought in some more vets, so I'm able to learn from those guys also.
Good. Matthew, thanks a ton for your time.
No
Appreciate
problem.
you. Yeah. All right, so we have Stephen Crowell here. We'll open it up for some questions.
What are you hoping to kind of prove or showcase during training camp?
Just some things that I wasn't able to show in college. I think was the big thing being at Wisconsin. Just grateful for the opportunity to be here and just like I said, show that I'm a little more versatile than I showed in college for sure.
Obviously, you having been teammates with John at Wisconsin, can you elaborate on how he was as a teammate and what he's bringing to the Jazz?
Yeah, no, he's one of the best teammates I think I've ever had, and especially only knowing him for a year with the NIL and transfer portal and all that. Getting to know him that quickly and just seeing how special of a dude he is was awesome to see at Wisconsin. And then player, obviously we all saw it last year, one of the best players obviously I've ever played with, and I think his game will translate just because he can really shoot the ball, and I think that will translate to this level for sure.
Stephen Tim Lacombe, Jazz Radio, welcome.
Thank
you. Your stats shooting the three-point shot certainly picked up through your time at Wisconsin. Talk to me about how important that three-point shot is to you and how you use that.
I think that's kind of one of the things that has got me to this point in my basketball career is being able to be a big that can shoot the ball. And I think that's ever so more important in today's game, whether it's NBA, college, overseas, wherever you're playing. I think a big that can shoot the ball translates, and hopefully it does in the next few weeks here.
You said you wanted to show you're more versatile. What skills do you want to show that you didn't necessarily show with the Badgers?
I think more specifically on the defensive end, because in the NBA, I don't think you're always going to be guarding big guys necessarily like you are in the Big Ten. So I think just being able to show them that I can move my feet, whether it's a switch onto a guard or a big wing that I have to guard, I think just being a little more versatile on the defensive end for sure.
And then I know Wisconsin coming here to play BYU November. I don't remember the date, but are you excited for that? You're aware?
No, yeah, I think John and I will be there for sure. So that'll be a fun game.
I'm always interested to know, like, what guys, like, especially like Wisconsin, which guys you know that were there before. Like, do you know Micah Potter?
Yeah, no, he was.
You guys have the same agent, right?
Same agent, and he was a freshman, or he was a senior when I was a freshman. So
Oh, okay.
I knew him pretty well, yeah.
And so have you, like, had any conversations with him about his experience here in Utah?
Yeah, no, I've talked to him a lot, not necessarily about the basketball, just about the living aspect, kind of how the G League works a little bit, how being on the Jazz works and training camp and all that. And like I said about John, Mike is also one of the best guys I've ever met, and one of the most charismatic guys. So just having him in my back pocket to be able to go talk to has been great. So.
Everyone good? All right, Steve, thanks for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, well, if we'll have Ace Bailey here. We'll start with questions. Just raise your hand. We'll start right here.
Hey, Ace. Kind of just want to get, like, your general feelings, like excitement level, like it's about to begin.
I'm ready. I mean, from working out, everything here, first game, first year, I'm ready. I mean, I'm pumped. I only got no words for it. I'm so excited.
There was a report last week that you and Omar Cooper split ways, parted ties. I don't know. What actually did happen there, and kind of what led you to make that choice?
I feel like I just made the best decision to move forward, to better me and my family in the position that way.
What are your expectations for yourself in your rookie season?
Just be that person that my teammates need, whether it's to get a rebound, clap, get some water, whatever it is. I'm really pumped for the season to really start.
Ace, how's the dog?
Which one? I got two of them.
Oh, you got two dogs?
Yeah.
The dog's enjoying Utah.
Nah, they both is. I mean, they loving it. They
Awesome.
running around. Halo keep coming to the gym with me. Halo done got famous more than me now.
Just your general impressions of Utah since you've been here.
My impression on Utah is very good. I mean, I done got out of my comfort zone. I went hiking. I mean, golfing. I mean, I'm gonna try fly fishing. I ain't never did that before, but it's been great. Trying new things outside my comfort zone for sure.
Ace, coming out of Summer League, what were some of your areas of focus for your game?
Physicality and getting in shape better. Those are two main things I was really focused on.
Hi, Ace. You're a first-round draft pick on a young group of guys. I think you are the youngest guy. There should be so much pressure on you, but you seem to be having the absolute time of your life. Just explain that to me. You seem like you feel no pressure at all.
I mean, not everybody get to sit in these chairs, so I mean, once you're in these chairs, it should be a blessing. I mean, the goal was to be in the NBA. I'm here, so now it's just have fun with it. I mean, play the game I love to do.
We heard that you guys went to Dallas and that there was a trip with Key, and I want to hear about that and kind of the camaraderie that you are getting with the other young guys that are on this team. But then the second part of the question is, how important is it for you to kind of pick the brain of guys like Kyle Anderson and Kevin Love and, you know, play with some of the vets that have been in the league for a long time?
Kevin Love is a great vet. I mean, he played with some of the great players, so learning from him, excuse me, would be a blessing. I mean, from learning the small things, whether it's a box out or something big to where, like, big-time shot, we're known to get the shots, so stuff like that. But Dallas was very fun. I mean, from being out there working out at the facility with my teammates, I mean, the physicality definitely helped me for sure when we came back to Utah to run court. I mean, they was bumping me, pushing me. I was doing the same thing back, so it all played out. That was very, very needed.
I know you guys have done open court sessions. How has that increased your confidence going into the year?
Hell, I increased it a lot. I mean, from my teammates just telling me to have confidence in myself. I mean, stop being nervous. You're going to mess up. You're a rook. I mean, so just letting it go, stop being nervous, just having fun. I mean, it's basketball.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Will Hardy has said the one thing he doesn't want you to do is come and try and prove the Jazz right for drafting you number 5 overall early on. Do you feel a pressure to, you know, try and live up to being a lottery pick?
Not at all. I mean, it's basketball. Put the ball in the hoop.
Ace, how important is it this season in particular for you to show what you can do on defense?
Very important. I mean, you got to play both sides of the ball in this league. I mean, just proving on the defensive side, whether it's just blocking out, getting a rebound, I mean, being in the help side gap, just being in the right positions.
You had this a little bit in Summer League, just a couple games though. What have you learned about kind of playing with some of the young players on this team? And then, you know, you got to play with Keyonte, for example, recently. And like, what have you learned about just playing with your new teammates?
We fast. Very fast. That's what I learned. We can move the ball really, really fast. We all can shoot, all can dribble, all can go.
Obviously, you're very excited about this. Is there something that excites you the most, like a game that you're looking forward to? Is there something that like you've kind of put on a pedestal in your head?
My first game, I mean, that's my favorite part of it. I mean, just playing my first game, getting all the nervousness out.
Do you think that you'll get the nerves out in preseason, or do you think that first real game of the season is going to be different?
Who knows? I don't know. I feel like if I have a good game pregame, it'll all be away. I mean, I feel like it'll come and it go. It comes when it comes.
And I got to ask, we know Halo. What's the other dog?
Prince.
Prince.
Yeah, he's a Yorkie.
Okay.
He's a year and 2 months now.
Okay.
What's your relationship been with Will and kind of building that?
No, it's been great with Coach Will, from learning the small things, just staying consistent with him. I mean, learning things off and on the court with Coach Will. Coach Will is a great guy.
Speaking of excitement, how much are you looking forward to being teammates with Isaiah after competing against each other in high school?
He put me out in the Elite 8, but I'm looking forward to it, though, for sure. I mean, for playing with Isaiah, playing against him was fun. Now, I know playing with him going to be even more fun.
I know there's a big gap in age between you and Walt and John, but generally groups of draft classes kind of bond together. They come into the league together. They go through the same thing. What is your relationship like with those two guys?
My relationship great with those two. I mean, asking them where furniture at to just put in the house. I mean, I don't know. Them going with me. It's just fun. Being around those two, learning a lot from those. Even though we rookie, the age gap is there, but they much more mature, and they'll tell me, Ace, this, and this. They'll tell me the little ways they know too also, whether if it's on the court or off the court.
Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good one.
right, folks, if you have a question for Mo, start right here.
Mo, what are you kind of hoping to show kind of the NBA world that like you haven't shown so far?
A lot of things, but part of being in the NBA for as long as I've been is knowing like, you know, there's a narrative out there. You know, a lot of my years have been spent on like, okay, how do I dispel it? How do I dispel it? How do I prove people wrong? But I think it's shifted to more of a mentality of how do I prove myself right.
As a high draft pick yourself, what advice do you have for some of these young lottery picks that on this team?
A lot. I mean, I feel like that's very specific to Ace. But I try to not overwhelm him with too much, but I try to give him enough to where he's, you know, at least like it's easy to get to. Because if you overload, you know, a rookie or anybody, Ace is like 19 years old. If you overload them with too much information, like, you know, like a lot of things become forgettable, you know? So I try to give them just like tidbits to where like, okay, like it's easy to remember, it's easy to just like, it's easy to relate. So that way, like I try to position them to be as successful as possible.
Mo, you know, you got traded here and you got waived. Were there conversations with the team at that point at all? As far as interest in you, and then coming back around, like was that a full circle moment, or were they unrelated?
I'm not really sure. I let my agent kind of handle that stuff. I know early on we were trying to figure out landing spots, and obviously like when you get traded to a team, it's like, okay, like, you know, will it work out here? But I'm glad it came back full circle.
Pretty good. All right, Mo. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it. You guys easy.
What happened?
Just watch your knees when you pull on the desk.
Oh,
It's like
good.
a little hidden thing. I just don't
Oh,
want
say
to
less. Good looks.
All right, we have Walt Clayton Jr., so raise your hand if you have a question for him. Where is he?
Walt, I wonder, when it comes to kind of like competing and trying to earn your spot on the team, like, do you feel like you're at a position where you can say, like, I'm competing to try and be a starter on this team?
Oh, for sure. I think everybody on the team could say that. You know, and if you're not doing that, you know, then why are you really here? I think we got some great talent here, and everybody's coming in the gym every day, and we're competing hard against each other.
Walt, one of the consistent things other guys have said about you is that your pace is pretty unique for a rookie. You kind of have a sense of that. Do you think that's from playing in college as long as you did, or do you think that's something you've naturally had?
For sure, I definitely think some of it come from the experience in college. You know, I think I've had some great coaches dating back to high school, you know, and they taught me a lot about the game and just watching film. So even, you know, watching some of these guys in the NBA, just watching their paces helped me out a lot.
I wonder if you've thought about kind of the idea that, like, because you've come from winning a lot of basketball in your life, right? And there is the potential that you could lose a lot more games than you're used to, and kind of how you might deal with something like that.
I couldn't tell you right now, honestly. But, you know, obviously our mindset is to come in here, you know, work every day and win games. So, yeah, I couldn't tell you, honestly.
Welcome back.
Appreciate it.
In the 3 years that we've gotten to know Will Hardy, he seems to have a different level of compassion for basketball players, and especially young basketball players. He doesn't think of you guys in terms of statistics. What can you do for me? He genuinely cares about what kind of people you are and what kind of people you're becoming. How have you gotten to like Coach Hardy in the limited amount of time you've had with him? And do you have maybe a story or something, like a great moment you guys had together?
I wouldn't say, you know, great moment, but any particular stories right now. But just obviously, like you said, he cares about us as people. You know, I think that goes a long way, you know, just knowing that your coach, you know, it isn't just worry about a basketball game. You know, it gives you a deeper level of chemistry. So we know that he cares about us. Obviously, we care about him. So I think we'll have a great season together.
Walt, coming out of Summer League, just what were some of your areas of focus for your game specifically?
On the defensive side of the ball, you know, just being mentally locked in at all times, off the ball and on the ball.
Everyone good? All right, Walt, thanks for your time. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.